Alright, let's get to this, eh? In 3, 2, 1. Yo! Hello and welcome to the Bauble Plays, our Lone Wolf Wednesday series. We're up to book 11 of Lone Wolf Saga, The Prisoners of Time. And good day, Shu. The story so far. You are the warrior Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Masters of Summerland and sole survivor of the massacre that destroyed your kinsmen during a bitter war with your age-old enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgedad. Many centuries have passed since Sun Eagle, the first of your kind, established the Order of the Kai. Aided by the magicians of Desi, he completed a perilous quest to find 7 crystals of power, known as the Law Stones of Nixator. And upon their discovery, he unlocked wisdom and strength that lay within the Law Stones and himself. He recorded the nature of his discoveries and experiences in a great tome entitled The Book of the Magna Kai. You discovered this lost Kai treasure and gave a solemn pledge to restore the Kai to their former glory, thereby ensuring the security of your land in the years to come. However, your diligent study of the book enabled you to master only 3 of the 10 Magna Kai disciplines. To fulfill your pledge, you must complete the quest first undertaken by Sun Eagle 1,000 years ago. By doing so successfully, you will acquire the power and wisdom of the Magna Kai, which is held within the Law Stone's crystal forms. Already your quest has taken you far from your northern homeland. Following in the footsteps of the first Kai Grand Master, you journeyed to the Desi and sought the help of the Elder Magi, the magicians who aided Sun Eagle on his quest long ago. There you learned that for centuries the Elder Magi had waited your coming. An ancient Desi legend tells of the birth and rise to greatness of 2 Kura Tas Kai, sons of the sun. One named Ik-Ar, meaning eagle, and the other Skarn, meaning wolf. A prophecy foretold that the Kura Tas Kai would each come from the north to seek the counsel of the Elder Mages in order that they might fulfill a great quest. Though separated by several centuries, they would share one spirit, purpose, and destiny, to triumph over the champions of darkness during an age of great peril. The Elder Mages knew that you were Skarn, the wolf of Desi legend, and in keeping with their ancient vows promised to help you complete your Magna Kai quest. In Elzian, the capital of the Desi, you were tutored in the histories of Magnamund and received lessons in lore that you would have learned from your Kai Masters if they, like you, had survived the murderous Dark Lord attack on the monastery 12 years ago. You were eager to learn all that your tutor, Lord Ramoa, could teach you in preparation for the next stage of your quest. But grim news from the Darklands cuts short your tuition. In the Dark Lord city of Helgedad, a civil war had erupted, following your defeat of Hakon, Arch Lord of the Black City. After 5 years, the battle for the throne of Helgedad had finally been won by a Dark Lord called Gnag. The other Dark Lords, now united behind this new leader, were ordered to amass huge armies in preparation for the conquest of Magnamund. Swiftly, their Giak legions grew in number, enabling Gnag to launch a sweeping invasion that was to catch the free lands unprepared. Many countries were completely overrun by their Dark Lord enemies. Others surrendered without fighting, and there were even those who chose to betray former friends and allies by joining the Dark Lord cause, in the misguided hope that they would share in the spoils of victory, following the triumph of Dark Lord Nag. One such land was Vassagonia, a powerful desert realm to the north of the Desi. It mobilized its formidable army and marched west to join Gnag's horde as it steamrolled over the central Magnamund. They were destined to meet at the city of Tauho, beneath the ancient streets. There lay hidden one of the 7 lore stones of Nixator. You set off in haste for Teho, and arrived hours ahead of the enemy. Successfully, you made your descent and discovered the object of your quest. But on returning to the surface, you found Teho transformed into a blazing inferno. Dark Lord Gnag and Zakan Kimmer, the cruel ruler of Vassagonia, had learnt of your presence and were determined to destroy you at all costs. For days, their engines of war had hurled fire and rock at the walls of Teho with devastating effect. Then, a massive assault led by Zakhan himself breached the city gate and gained entry to the burning capital. Armed with a weapon of awesome power, the evil Zakan sought you out and challenged you to a fight to the death. The struggle was desperate, but you emerged victorious, and led the Anarians to a counter-attack that cleared the city of the invading foe. The allies of Anari arrived to raise the siege, and in the ensuing battle the demoralized armies of Gnag and Kimar were smashed and routed. Your defeat of Zakan Kimar turned the tide of war decisively against the Dark Lord armies and paved the way for the liberation of the lands they'd taken by force. But the sweet taste of victory turned sour when you discovered that Dark Lord Gnag had captured the last 3 remaining lore stones, and had vowed to avenge his defeat by destroying them and killing you. Alarmed by this, the High Council of the Elder Mages joined you in Teho to help formulate a plan of action. They'd already received word from Prince Gregor, the ruler of Eru, that 3 radiant gems filled with golden light had been transported to the fortress of Torgar from the Dark Lord city of Mosgor. Unable to tolerate the goodly power of the lore stones within his own domain, Gnag had been forced to move them to Torgar, where his sorcerers, the Nad-Zur-Anim, set about searching a means to destroy them. Fearing that they might succeed at this task, the Elder Mages made preparations for your journey in secret to Eru, and in order to safeguard your identity, you adopted the guise of a Pathfinder, one of Prince Gregor's elite woodland scouts. After a long and perilous journey, you arrived at Torgar to find it besieged by the armies of Telestria and Palmrian. During the early months of the Dark Lord invasion, hundreds of Telestrians were enslaved and sent to labor camps in the dungeons and sulfur mines deep within the bowels of this grim city fortress. Their plight seemed hopeless until the allied armies under the command of Lord Adamus of Garthan arrived to liberate them. Due in part to your bravery and skill during the assault, Lord Adamus's troops were able to breach the great Torgar Gate and storm its citadel. During this fierce battle, you gained entry to the chamber in the heart of the citadel, where the Nad-Zir-Anim were attempting to destroy the lore stones. They were hung above a circular pit and suspended in a fireball of pure negative energy, the focal point of several beams of power emanating from crystals set around the edge of the pit. By means of a gantry, you climbed above these energy beams and retrieved one of the lore stones, but as you reached out for the remaining 2, a terrible voice filled the chamber. "Vengeance is mine, Lone Wolf." Terror struck deep in your heart as you turned and saw the ghastly form of Dark Lord Gnag. A rasping laugh echoed from his fly-like head as he raised a black crystal and pointed at the gantry. "The vow I gave at Teho shall be filled. Now I will destroy you and the lore stones," he gloats. There was a deafening crack and a bolt of blue lightning leapt from the stone towards the rusty iron gantry. As the shockwave hit the fireball, the 2 remaining lore stones were sent tumbling into the black abyss. A second bolt ripped the gantry in 2, and with a ghastly laugh, Dark Lord Gnag, with it ringing in your ears, you fell headlong into a portal of total darkness, a shadow gate which leads to the twilight world of the Dizarn Plain. Okay, we get another skill. Do we want invisibility? Psi Surge. Psi Surge actually sounds useful, because it's... It's 2 extra combat skill. And a lot of the enemies, especially in that last book, was troublesome. What do you have 18 of? Deaths. Deaths that you have caused me. We'll go with broadsword. Doesn't really matter. You are falling through the Shadow Gate. You have no opportunity to visit the safekeeping of the monastery, nor to receive any equipment from your allies. Wow, this is such an exception. Every single other book has been, you may now interact with the get new items and monastery stuff. Your visit to the twilight world of Dizan will be fraught with dangers, blah blah blah. No matter how poorly you roll for your endurance or combat skill, if you're smart you should be able to win. Good luck. Just a sec. All sense of time and space is lost as you plunge headlong into the whirling black throat of the abyss. Only a numbing chill and a mournful sound... Yes, I did, Death said. I haven't installed it, but I've downloaded it. Like a million voices crying in despair accompany you on your descent into the unknown. Although it was slightly hassle because Chrome wouldn't allow the download. I had to use Microsoft Edge, and even it was complaining about, like, it's not a safe download. Gradually, your mind is filled with fearful visions, nightmare shapes that reach out of the darkness to claw and bite and scream at your passing. They grow in menace until they are swiftly dispelled by diamond-shaped motes of light, which streak past at incredible speeds. The tiny lights engulf you in a cone of fiery brilliance, and a metallic smell of ozone, sharp and pungent, assails your nostrils. A sensation of warmth surges through your frozen limbs, then, an instant later, you strike solid ground with such a suddenness that you are left stunned and panting for breath. Pick a number from the random number table. This is how much health you lose for falling through the Shadow Gate. We lose 6 health. With dread anticipation, you stagger to your feet and survey your new surroundings. A bleak and desolate plateau, devoid of life, stretches into the distance on all sides. Jagged boulders litter a desert of crimson sand, which is stirred to restless motion by fierce and scorching winds. Neither sun nor moon hang in the skies above, yet their absence does not leave this world in darkness. For all along the horizon blazes a fire, which glows brighter than 1,000 sunsets. You stare across the alien landscape, and a feeling of helplessness grips your senses as you realize where you have emerged. This is a twilight world, the world of the Dizan Plain. A knot of fear tightens in your stomach as you recall what little you've heard about it. The magicians of Summerland believe it to be an astral corridor connecting Magnamund with other planes of existence. By passing through a shadow gate, one of which is situated below the Guildhall of Turan, a person can gain entry to Dizan. However, those who have passed through the gate in Turan have never been seen again, and the magicians believe the journey may only be made in one direction. They say there is no escape. Your vow to restore the Kai and your stubborn will to survive against all odds refuse to allow you to believe that there is no way back to your home. You cast aside your fear and steel yourself for the task of finding a means of escaping from this desolate place. But first you must recover the 2 lore stones that fell into the Shadow Gate. If you possess divination and have bought enough of the previous books, turn to page 100 and this. Well, we do. We are big shill. We've bought all the books. You scan the barren wasteland, straining your senses to detect the lore stones, which must be somewhere among the millions of rocks and wind-smoothed boulders which cover this vast plateau. However, it proves a fruitless search. You find no trace of them, nor even the slightest indication that a shadow gate was open. Wow! That's really rare to have an option that's like, use your skills, and then it's like, nah, your skills say jack. The torrid winds sweep across the landscape with increasing ferocity, forcing you to protect your eyes from the gusts of sharp, stinging sand. The need to find cover takes priority when you sense the winds are merely the prelude to a storm. To remain here in the open could prove a fatal mistake. Peering through your fingers, you try to find somewhere to shelter. To your left, in the middle distance, you can see what appears to be a mound of volcanic stone slabs, whilst to your right, however further away, you notice a shallow gully running lee to the wind. Let's go to the closer thing. With plodding steps, you set off towards the rocky cairn. Your feet sink ankle-deep into the hot red sand, and you can only maintain your balance by leaning heavily into the wind. Walking becomes an ideal, and by the time you reach your shelter, you are near exhaustion. Breathless and weary, you crouch beside the mound and pray the storm will subside soon. It occurs to you that the cairn is not a natural structure. The rocks have been stacked symmetrically, one upon another, by something or someone who wished to leave their mark upon the wilderness. You examine the slabs more closely and discover one that is quite unlike the others. Its rectangular edges are even, and its surface is mirror smooth. Inscribed upon this slab are curious spidery markings. We do have craftsmanship, so we get to turn here. The markings are letters, although the strange script is unlike any you've seen before. All you can discern that this is an epitaph to a creature named Zatul, who lies buried inside. Much of the porous rock that surrounds the slab has been eroded by the winds and sand. Holes have appeared through which you can peer in. It is hollow. Curiosity and the need for better shelter prompt you to try and dislodge the slab, and, after some effort, you are able to pull it free, leaving an opening the size of a trapdoor in the side of the mound. Inside the gloomy interior, you discover a large metallic statue lying horizontally on a bed of clear crystalline sand. You try to perceive some detail. The shape is shrouded in near darkness. If you have the fire sphere, lantern, torch, tinderbox, and wish to illuminate the interior, turn here. We do. The statue is wrapped in a thin, silvery blanket of metal, its crumpled surface reflecting a glittering mosaic of light upon the rough rock walls. Carefully, you peel away the metal sheeting and discover the statue is no more than a tangle of mouldering bones, the remains of a creature long deceased. Judging by the size of the skeleton, it would have stood 9 feet tall. What little it once wore has long since crumbled to dust. Lying beside the ribcage, you discover a rod of silver that gleams as if it was new. And if you wish to take it, mark it on your action chart as a special item. Sure. But we'd need to drop something. What will we drop? Fire sphere is too useful. Silver helm is bonus health, defense skill, grenades, attack skill. I think this is an important overall quest item, so I'm not giving that up. Quiver is the ability to attack at a distance. I guess the black key? Outside, the wind howls like a horde of demons. It whips the sand into whirling cyclones, performing an erratic dance of destruction upon the plateau. You watch the awesome spectacle until the fatigue of your ordeal catches up with you. You must eat a meal or lose 3 health. eat. Hunt? We're allowed to hunt here? Okay. I'm kind of surprised, but whatever. Slowly you awaken, and for a long moment you lie on the hard floor, blinking sleepily at the pitted rock ceiling. The storm died down while you slept, and it is all quiet save for the sound that sets your pulse racing, the distant slap of large wings beating the air. The sound is becoming louder, and you gather your equipment quickly, climb out of the cairn to investigate its source. Silhouetted against the blazing horizon are 6 black shapes. They resemble dragons with snaky necks and ragged, bat-like wings. Upon their backs they carry gold-skinned creatures, vaguely human in appearance, save for their lack of hair and massive size. From their flight formation you can tell that they are hunting something on the ground. It's not until you climb onto the top of the cairn that you're able to see their prey. A brace of huge, lizard-like creatures thundering across the plateau, darting this way and that to avoid the shadows cast by their winged pursuers. They reach the top of a rock-strewn ridge, and one of the crimson reptilians comes pounding across the sand towards the cairn. The leading flyer sees you. He banks his dragon mount towards the cairn, and the others follow closely in his wake. You fear that they are about to attack, but at the last moment they veer away and circle the cairn before landing nearby. With deceptive ease, the leader and 2 of his followers dismount from their massive winged steeds. They each dwarf you by an arm's length, and although their heavy, muscular bodies seem incapable of stealth, they approach the cairn with animal grace. Ziu Klokar Kilkora Dao Zatul Nra, speaks the leader, his voice deep and resonant. Railan Nurna, says the being by his side, his eyes blazing like twin discs of amber flame. If you have pathmanship and have bought enough of the previous books, turn here. Your advanced skills enable you to understand what is being said. One demands to know why you are violating the sacred burial of tomb of Zatul, one of their most revered hunters. The other asks how you came here, alone and without any means of transportation. You sense that they cannot speak your native tongue. What? Sorry. You sense that they speak not in their native tongue, but in a language that they assume to be yours. If you wish to tell them that you're from the world of Magnamund and that you arrived here falling through a shadow gate, turn here. Having listened to your explanation, the giants react with skepticism, but despite their doubts, they are clearly fascinated by your appearance and the sound of your voice. We are the Yokor, says the leader, the lords of Yanis, the shining city, masters of the Abaxial of Xenos. Come, we will take you to our realm, where you may tell your strange story to the beholder. He will divine its worth. He beckons you approach his dragon mount. You step forward. The thought of being left marooned in the wilderness is all you need to persuade you to obey his command. With a mighty screech, the dragon mounts take to the air in unison, the beat of their great wings filling your ears with a thunderous drumming noise. Your stomach heaves as the leader tugs at the reins, sending the beast labouring steeply into the fire-orange sky. The ground below falls swiftly away, and within minutes you're travelling hundreds of feet above the plateau, your vision blurred by the speed of the rushing wind. Beneath you, the trackless waste stretches away to the burning horizon. Without sun or moon or any change in the brightness of the sky, you find it impossible to gauge the passage of time. Twice you lapse into sleep, for how long you cannot guess, and yet each time you wake, the narrow-shaped flight formation of the dragon mounts remains unchanged, and the Yoakor themselves show not the slightest sign of fatigue. At length, the featureless wastes give way to thick, violet-coloured grasslands dotted with scab-like patches of marsh and bog. The air becomes humid, and the faint smell of rotting vegetation conjures up memories of the time you spent in Danarg. Gradually, the lowlands rise and you soar above high valleys of rock-strewn meadows, broken hills, and the weather-worn crags. As you approach a narrow cleft between two mountainous peaks, the leader raises his hand. Upon this signal, the others fly close in single file. An immense crater lies beyond the pass, and at its heart stands a city, the most beautiful that you have ever seen. The shining city of Yanis lies before you, rising in circular levels around a turreted citadel of sparkling crystal, which dominates the vast alien metropolis. Constructed out of sheeted platinum, silver, glass, and mirrored steel, it reflects the light in 1,000 colours from its walls, windows, and huge conical towers, giving it the appearance and splendour of a glowing sun. As the dragon mounts glide over the outer walls, you feast your eyes on a network of broad avenues lined with fragrant tree-like plants, squares with fountains, and huge silver bell-shaped dwellings. Directly ahead stands the citadel. The leader signals once more, and together the Yoakor land their winged steeds upon a glassy platform adjacent to one of the citadel's 5 circular watchtowers. There you are met by Yoakor guards, resplendent in armour of burnished silver, who attend to the dragon mounts with a dutiful efficiency. The leader helps you dismount before dismissing his company and escorting you to a room in the watchtower. You will rest here, he says, using only his mind. I shall take word to the beholder and he will speak with you. Refresh yourself and sleep should you wish. He motions towards the adjoining room and turns to leave, the door closing behind him, seemingly of its own accord. Sure, let's investigate the supposed bathroom. Warily you enter the room, noting that in spite of a lack of windows and torches, it is bathed in a warm amber light. The opalescent glow pours from the walls themselves, illuminating a table set with colourful food and a huge cushioned divan standing beside it. The oversized Yoakor furniture makes you feel like a child exploring a dining chamber for adults, but your hunger soon quells your unease and entices you towards the table. You're very hungry after your long flight and must now eat. If you have curing, turn to this. Your senses tell you the food is untainted. You cannot identify any of the meats, vegetables, or fruits, but you sense that they are especially nutritious. Sure, we'll eat their food. The food has a taste and texture completely unlike anything you've ever tried, yet it is delicious. And having eaten your fill, you feel thoroughly refreshed and fortified. Return 3 health points. There is enough food remaining for a meal. If you wish to keep this, note it on your action chart. Meal, plus 3 health, as the food will restore bonus health when consumed. Sure, I have the space. My backpack is nothing but meals and a rope. You return to the room you first entered and peer out of a tall window that looks out over the city. Far below you can see the Yoakor crowding an avenue, which leads to an outer level of Yanis. They move with purposefulness that, from this great height, causes them to resemble a vast community of worker ants. For several hours you stare down at the alien city and its industrious citizens while you try and make sense of the situation. Eventually you resolve to find out all you can from the leader called the Beholder. Perhaps he will be able to help locate the Law Stones and find a way back to Magnamond. At length you settle down to sleep. A strong hand on your shoulder shakes you roughly from your sleep. The Beholder requests your company, says a Yoakor leader, stepping back and motioning you to rise. Come with me. Together with 6 attendant guards, the leader escorts you from the watchtower, across an open courtyard paved with polished steel, and into the entrance hall of the Crystal Citadel. There is a superb spiral staircase, which forms the central core of the stronghold, carved from a solid, mountainous chunk of sky-blue mineral unfamiliar to you. The stairs soar upwards towards the turreted roof where the chamber of the beholder is situated. With ease, the Yokor ascend and you struggle to keep pace. You count over 300 steps before the staircase opens to a silent hallway where a massive door of ebony, inlaid with gold, fills an entire wall. A bell is rung, and while you catch your breath and wait for the massive door to open, you speculate on who the beholder could be. You imagine him as a Yokor warrior king, tall, strong, with wisdom and intelligence beyond mortal reckoning. With this image in mind, you are optimistic that he will aid your quest. However, when a black door swings open, your hopes are dashed, and the sight of him shocks you to the core. Cradled in the muscular arms of a Yokor guard lies the loathsome, stunted form of the beholder. His withered, corpse-green body, no bigger than a child's, and his bulbous head is enormous, far larger than even that of the giant holding him. It wobbles and sways repulsively when he turns to focus his eyes on you. Like polished gemstones, these two blank orbs glint in the flickering light of the chamber, their cold sharpness revealing the intelligent being that lies imprisoned within this crippled shell. It looks very Area 51 alien-y. "Be not afraid, human," he says, using a language similar to your native tongue. "I mean you no harm. My shape may not find favor with those of your species, but here in the Dizan you must be prepared to disregard appearance if you are to discern the truth." With a languid blink, he dismisses the Yokor leader and his guards and watches like a doting father as they descend the staircase. "If you possess divination, turn here." You focus... Hail shoe. Klatu Barada Nikto? You focus your Kai skills on the beholder and try to fathom if his intentions are good or evil. You do sense that he possesses immense powers, physical and psychic, which radiate from his body like the rays of invisible sun. You concentrate on the power, but all you're able to discern is that he is capable of using it to further good and evil. "It is not power that is evil, but what you do with it." "Come, let me show you the wonders of my realm," says the beholder, as the great black door swings slowly shut. "It is so rare I am able to entertain a guest. I would deem it an honor if you would accept my invitation. With the only exit from the chamber now sealed, you have no option but to accept. Yet his politeness makes you uneasy. You are his prisoner, and yet he speaks as if you were free to leave at any time." You walk past the beholder... beside the beholder, along a corridor, which leads to a vast circular gallery. At its center stands a towering, bell-shaped vessel made out of transparent, glass-like material and filled with a huge, seething ball of fire. This brilliant light illuminates strange equipment standing against the walls and cluttering the tables. Little of its heat radiates into the room. You pass on until you come to another gallery, which is floored with shining steel like a gigantic mirror. The domed roof is lost in the dim shadows, but at its center you notice a tiny disc-shaped portal. The beholder glances at a row of crystals embedded in the wall, and they glow in response to his psychic commands. "I am called the Beholder," he says, his thin voice echoing loudly in the dome. "I observe all that transpires in the Dizan. I saw your arrival upon the Zamin Plateau, and I know from whence you came. So few of your kind survived transference that I abandoned all hope of meeting you. Indeed, had you not met one of my hunting parties, your bones would now lie bleaching the sands of the arid plain. It seems that you are a survivor by nature." Suddenly, a swirling column of light appears, projected from the disc in the center of the dome. It casts a pool of brilliance in the middle of the gallery, and gradually widens until it encompasses the floor. Come, observe, and perhaps you will learn the nature of your new world. for you will need to adapt to it if you are going to survive here for the rest of your life. The swirling light draws into focus upon the mirrored floor, and you find yourself surrounded by a specular cosmic image. At the center spins a shadow as dark as deep space, populated with suns and stars and myriad planets that revolve around them. This microscopic universe is in turn surrounded by a ring of total darkness. Beyond that radiate 4 beams of differing color, like the spokes of a gigantic wheel. Between these beams are many areas of light and shade, some running parallel and some in isolation. All of them connected by a pale, shimmering mist. The day the Earth stopped? What you see before you is a tableau of our worlds, a light painting that depicts the universe of Aeon and the Dizan plane. Says the beholder, as his servant carries him to the dark center of the floor. Here, among the sun and stars of Aeon, is the planet you know as Magnamund, and beyond it lies the Shadow Gate through which you fell into the Dizan. Slowly, the Yoakor moves towards you, bearing his master with care as he continues his monologue proudly. And here, balanced between the elemental strongholds of fire and water, lies the Abaxial of Xenos. This is my realm. I have chosen to live here, to shape it as I wish, and populate it with beings who embody my ideals. Water, fire, earth, the sort of real universe, Aeon, the Abaxial of Xenos. Boldly the beholder stares into your eyes, and you feel your body stiffen as he probes your mind. We do have Psy-Scream. The unexpected speed and intensity of the beholder's psychic intrusion leaves you fumbling for defense. You draw on your psychic reserves and erect a thought wall to protect your nervous system. But it is too late to prevent the beholder scanning your mind. Lose a hit point. Then, with blinking eyes, he ceases his psychic probing, and a smile spreads slowly across his withered face. I perceive much in your character that pleases me. You have inner strength, honor, and a fiery courage uncommon among the mortals of Aeon. Were it not for these traits, I would have no hesitation in ridding myself of you. I do not tolerate the weak and untrustworthy. He pauses for a moment, and gazes fixedly at the shapes swirling near the center of the room. I have looked into your mind, and the reasons why you are here are now known to me. The quest and struggles of Magnamund are of no significance to this shining city, but there are those of this world who would rejoice to learn that the last of the Kai is here, if only to seek you out and destroy you. For this reason you must leave Yanis. I will not send you away without guidance. You have my respect, and I shall help you all I can. The beholder deactivates the light picture and wills his servant to carry him back to the first gallery. There, bathed in the shadowless glow of the fireball, stands a huge globe of silvery metal. At his approach, it radiates an eerie phosphorescent light, and symbols appear upon its surface. The Lore Stones entered the Shadow Gates moments before you fell. Isn't that so? Asks the beholder, incisively. You confirm this to be the case and watch with fascination as the symbols shift and change colour. There are many channels within the Shadow Gate that are warped by the Vagaries. Vagaries? I feel like there should be an I here. Maybe it's a word I don't know. An unexpected and inexplicable change in a situation or someone's behaviour. And it does look like it has an E in the pronunciation. But anyway. Usually, it is an impossible task to predict where an object passing through to the Dizan plane will materialise. But the coordinates of your arrival are known, and this can help my calculations. Slowly, the symbols begin to disappear until only 3 remain. Without knowing the precise aeon time they entered the gate, I can find only an approximate location, he says, scrutinizing the symbols. As reckoned by the time scale of your planet, the lore stones arrived here 41 hours ago. They materialized together and intact in the forest of the Cat Trisect of Vahozada, a realm situated between the elemental strongholds of earth and water. This bodes well for you. It is a temperate and stable domain, rich in the elements necessary for sustaining mortal life forms. There is also one of great vision who has made that location their home. Her name is Soroka. It would be wise to seek her help in finding these stones, for she is sure to know their whereabouts. Although his words revive your flagging hopes, you are fearful that the lore stones are beyond your recovery. The beholder senses your apprehension and tries to allay your fears by offering you a means of transport to the realm of Vozada. He promises you that your passage will be swift, but when you learn of what the journey entails, your blood runs cold. This device, he says, pointing with pride at the huge fiery vessel that dominates the gallery, is a dimension door. It will enable you to pass directly into the realm of Vozada through a rent in the fabric of the Dizan. You stare in awe at the sun-like ball trapped within the vessel and try to comprehend the secret sorceries that enable such a thing to exist. You will come to learn that the laws which govern my world are quite unlike those which shape Aeon. Here, time and space can be manipulated by those powerful enough to craft them to their needs, he says, as if in answer to your thoughts. He wills his servant to carry him to another globe which stands close by. He manipulates a bank of crystals, and gradually a swirling circular grey shadow forms on the glassy surface of the vessel. It shimmers, and you find that you cannot fully focus your eyes. Step forward and enter. The door to the Vozada is open. Your skin prickles and your stomach churns, and you fight to control your fear by relying solely on your Kai skills. You sense that he is speaking the truth. The grey portal does lead to the realm of Vozada, and so though with great trepidation, you bid him farewell and step into the void. This one has been exceedingly linear so far. At the very moment you enter the dimension door, a sensation of incredible speed assails you. A swirling spiral of light unfolds before your eyes, and you hurtle towards its core, borne along an envelope of grey cloud. You close your eyes, but the light penetrates your eyelids, growing ever brighter, fills your head with a madness of colour, and forces a silent scream of anguish from your lips. Take 3 hit point damage. The sudden lack of air leaves you gasping for breath, but it passes in an instant, and when you blink your eyes open, you discover the journey is complete. You've arrived in Vozada. From the brow of a grassy... Really? The summit of a hill or pass? Well, I never. From the brow of a grassy hill, you stare across a strange yet familiar landscape. Before you lies an expanse of verdant grassland with clumps of woodland and several winding streams. The warm air smells fresh and clean, and the distant sound of birdsong is carried to you on the gentle breeze. Were it not for the grey, sunless skies above, it would be easy to believe that you had returned to your homeworld. A sudden wave of homesickness makes you feel heavy-hearted. However, you refuse to allow it to weaken your resolve. Instead, you scan the horizon in the hope of discovering some form of habitation. If you possess the Magna Chi discipline of Hunt Mastery and have reached the high enough rank, bought enough previous books, turn here. Using your Kai skills, you focus your telescopic vision on the far horizon and see a group of shapes that resemble small pyramids of stone. They are too far away to be able to tell if the structures are inhabited. A nearby stream meanders in the direction of the distant shapes, and you decide to follow its course in the hope that it will lead you to them. The stream wends its way sluggishly through a mossy glen to a thicket of red-leaved trees, which stand in a semicircle around a pale grey metallic monolith. Sure, we'll investigate the monolith. At the base of the monolith, which is overgrown with weeds and wildflower, there are indications that it has stood for some considerable time, yet its metallic surface bears no sign of weathering. It is tipped with a transparent spike, which resembles a short glass spear. You can hear a faint humming sound when you place your ear to its mirror-smooth spire. The sound seems to originate somewhere deep below the ground. If you have the Magna Chi discipline of pathmanship and have bought enough previous books, turn here. Your Kai skills alert you to the possibility of an ambush. A group of hostile creatures is approaching the thicket, drawn by the sound of an alarm inaudible to your ears, which you have set off by touching the monolith. Sure, we'll confront them. A group of hairy, squat-limbed creatures step from the shadow of the trees, armed with crude spears which they clasp in their ape-like hands. As they approach nervously, they surround you in a wide circle, and one of their number utters a loud, twittering sound. He then narrows his eyes and tilts his head as if expecting you to answer. If you have pathmanship and have a high enough ranking, or if you possess animal control, your skills enable you to understand the bizarre language that these creatures use. The one who spoke introduced himself as Yan Kril, an elder of the Okor. He then asked if you came from somewhere called Melador. And from the tone of his voice, you get the impression that he is hoping you will answer yes. I'm sorry, I don't. The stumpy little Okor takes a step backwards when you tell him you don't. Nervously, his followers close around him, raise their spears, forming a defensive wall to protect their leader. You assure them that you mean no harm and try to explain how you arrived in their land, but fear and suspicion clouds their eyes until you mention Soroka, the name of the one you seek to receive help from. Very well, says Lian Kril pensively. We will take you to Soroka if that is your wish. For several hours you accompany the Okor across a vast tract of grassland, featureless save for a narrow trail and a line of low hills, which rests on the horizon like a sleeping colossus. During the trek you become very hungry, eat a meal. Eventually the trail ascends to the peak of the hill. As you clear the crest you see a remarkable sight. Let's just eat one of our wheels. The walled city of Thas, home of the Okor, lies before you. Spread out along the centre of a narrow wooded valley. The low, pyramid-shaped dwellings are built around a tower of stone, its colour identical to the drab grey of the sky. Straight thoroughfares teem with Okor, who pass freely and leisurely through the crisscross of narrow streets. The path leads down to an open gate in the city wall, guarded by two of the squat-limbed humanoids. When they see Yan Kril and his patrol approaching you in the midst, they give a call and a crowd comes rushing out of the city. They gather around you, chirping and twittering excitedly, while Yan Kril tries his best to calm them down. In a frenzy of excitement, the citizens of Thas press forward on all sides, pouring, prodding, staring, slack-jawed, as you are brought along the main street which leads directly to the Grey Tower. Your escort is hard-pressed to keep the crowd at bay, and by the time you reach the tower, your clothes are dishevelled and you are scratched and bruised. With a loud, grating rumble, the stone door moves inwards and you are given into the charge of three bronze-clad Okor wardens. They usher you up a winding stair to a bare chamber, floored and walled with smooth stone slabs. Silently, a section of the drab wall moves aside and the silhouette And silhouetted in the opening stands a tall feline shape of a remarkable creature. I am Soroka, she purrs hypnotically. I bid you welcome, Lone Wolf. Enter my chamber, and we may discuss your reasons for journeying so far. If you have size screen and have reached a high enough rank, i.e. bought enough previous books, turn here. You sense that Soroka is imprisoned in a cage of psychic energy surrounding her chamber and preventing her from passing through the opening. This energy is powerful and has been synchronized to react to her brainwaves. To enter the chamber would cause you no injury, but if she ever attempted to pass through this invisible wall, the resulting release of force would be enough to destroy her and the city. Cautiously, you pass through the opening and follow her into a tall chamber that is supported by a circle of huge rose-veined marble pillars. At its center stands a large table, and from the ceiling above, a flood of light pours down, reflecting and refracting upon its crystal mosaic surface and bathing the chamber wall in spectral color. She bids you take a seat at the table, and as she lowers herself elegantly into the seat opposite, you cannot help but to admire her beauty. Her face has the feline characteristics of a young lioness, yet her eyes and her youthful body are distinctly human, save for the soft, velvety nap which covers her flesh. She bears an aura that is powerful and confident, yet at the same time she seems vulnerable and sad. How do you know my name, you ask, unnerved by the familiar way in which she has welcomed you to her chamber. There is much I know about you, she replies voraciously, and at once you sense that you are in the presence of a godlike being. Your land, your fight against the forces of darkness who threaten to conquer it, are but a part of the struggle raging through the planes of existence. It is your world and your fight that has become the focus of this conflict between the powers of good and evil, she says, and then stares deeply into your eyes. She continues, upon you depends the future of all of us. Spurred on by the enormity of what she has said, you shake your head in open-mouthed silence. How can this be? You breathe incredulously. There are those who seek to shape destiny and those upon whom destiny falls. Destiny has chosen you, Lone Wolf. You cannot refuse it, for it will force itself upon you. But how have I become the focus of such a struggle? We are all part of it. The worlds of Aeon and the Dazan are shaped by the actions of those who exist there. Yet, the time has now come when the actions of one individual will shape the future of both of the worlds. You are that individual, Lone Wolf, and your actions are destined to shape the future of every living being. You cannot refuse, she says softly, for everything that you do is bound up with your destiny. Your vow to complete the Magna Kai quest and restore the Kai. Will you give that up? Will you forsake your country and its future security? Will you abandon Magnamund to the evil of the Dark Lords? No, by your very nature, because of your honor and your courage, you will act out your part. What must I do, you ask? You must do as you have always done. Listen to the words of those who will help you, and you must let your skills and instincts be your guide. She leans forward and sweeps her hands slowly across the surface of the table. The light dims and patterns take shape among the tiny squares of crystal. Observe and learn, she says. The images will impart knowledge that will aid you in your quest for the All-Law Stones. The flickering patterns draw into focus, and before you, you see a panoply of strange scenes. The faces of many an unknown creature, some human, some bestial, and some that defy description. Many of the events which have befallen your world are mirrored here in the Dazan, says Soroka as you watch, with growing fascination, the image of a battle taking place between men and beasts. We too are threatened by the forces of darkness. Ages ago we triumphed over evil, but our victory was not complete. Our nemesis has come in the guise of the Chaos Master. Everywhere his seething corruptions encroach upon the godly realms of the Dazan, twisting and consuming all they touch. The vision of the battle fades and is replaced by a living map, similar to the light picture you were shown by the beholder of Janus. Here are the realms that lie between the elemental strongholds and water, of earth and water. Once this region was rich and populous with the creatures of light, but now it lies ravaged by the cancerous realm of paradox. Only the Hozadar and Melador continue to resist. The others have either disappeared into the Neverness or been transformed into desolate wasteland. Here, she says, pointing to the middle of the table, is the Nazgoth forest, once the most fertile of the great timberlands. Now the scourge of chaos splits it asunder. Here, in the plain of Guakor, the mightiest realm the Dazan has ever known, is reduced to dust by a plague of fire-breathing Zengha. Tears well up in her eyes, and you sense that the vision of Guakor has stirred painful memories. Ask her what troubles her. She's being helpful. We can afford to be some emotional support. It is the cruelty of the Chaos Master that saddens me so, she says in a whisper, as if fearing to be overheard. Before his coming, the plain of Guakor was ruled by a great warrior called Sine, whose only fault, it was said, was a surfeit of pride. He loved me and wished for the union of our realms. But alas, the love was unrequited. The joining of Guakor and Vozada was not to be. To win my love and restore his injured pride, he struck a bargain with the Chaos Master, for in keeping with the paradoxical nature of the gods, he is obligated to indulge in the granting of wishes to those who would dare demand them of him. The Chaos Master wove a spell to enchant me, and Sine was granted his wish. I became enamored of him, but the bargains of the Chaos Master are in keeping with his nature, cruel and fickle. Upon the hour of our wedding, he appeared and demanded that Sine pay for his wish by ceding half his realm. He was refused, and in retribution I was imprisoned in this tower, and they wrought upon Sine such physical mutation that he fled Guakor and hid himself in shame. Do you know what become of him, you ask? Yes, he is the ruler of a new realm. He has regained his power, but his body is forever a cruel reminder of his pact with the Chaos Master. He is the one who sent you to me. He is the beholder Janus. So she's married to the alien. Soroka blinks away her tears and forces herself to concentrate on the matter at hand. It also explains how the little alien guy knew the lady was here. Again, the images fade from the table, and a new one takes its place, the picture of forested hills and steep-sided valleys. This is where the Lawstones emerge from the Shadow Gate, she says, her voice calm and controlled. I detected their presence immediately, for the power they radiate is extraordinary. Where is this place, you ask? It is the Nazgoth forest, close to the border with Melador. I estimate that the Lawstones lie within a few hundred yards of Tolarcus, an ancient burial ground of the Meladorians. She replies, but with caution in her voice. Is this good news, you asked? Yes, it is, except for the struggle now taking place in the region. The Meladorians are locked in battle against the forces of the Chaos Master, who is determined to claim all of the Nazgoth for himself. The Tolarcus is but a few leagues from where the fighting is fiercest. Then I will retrieve the Lawstones quickly, you say. Rising to your feet, in your eagerness and pressing on in order to press on with your quest. Indeed, you must, but it would benefit you naught if you were to reclaim them and then be unable to return home. Be patient a little longer, Lone Wolf, and I shall show you where, in all this vast region, you can find the one shadow gate which leads to Magnamund. The vision of the Nagoth forest dissolves and a new one takes place. It is a city perched atop a rocky cliff, surrounded by a wall, fortified with towers and grim bastions. Red flames glare from a row of tiny windows, and its huge stone gate is emblazoned with the symbol of a fiery dragon. "This is Hagar," she says cheerlessly. "It was once the home of the Sendai, the rulers of the Great Plains, which stretched to the very edge of the strongholds of Earth. They were the first to fall to the chaos, and now the plains are dead. Empty wastelands of sterile rock, poisoned sand." Hagar was claimed by the Chaos Master, and it became his abode, but his foul empire expanded, and he grew tired, abandoned his new home for an even newer one. It is now a forgotten city, yet within its heart there lies a secret that even the Chaos Master failed to discover. The Sandai were the guardians of a shadow gate. Long had they kept this hidden while they searched for a means to enter it. Unlike the shadow gate of your world, those of the Dazan are closed. Only those who possess a key can pass from this realm into the universe of Aeon. Where is this key that allows entry into the shadow gate of Helgadar? You ask anxiously. Soroka raises her eyes from the table and smiles. Power is the key, and the power is now within your grasp. The two lawstones of Nixator are the power. They are the key to your escape. You must retrieve them from Talakas in the Nagoth forest, and then go to Hagadar. The Shadow Gate is to be found in the Temple of the Sandai at the center of the city. I can help you reach Talakas, but beyond the Nathgoth, my powers of vision grow dim. You must let your skills and this map be your guide. You study the map, noting with dismay the great distance which separates the Nagoth forest from the city of Hagadar. From the pocket of her silken robe, she produces a map, which she presses into your hands. You unfurl the parchment and study its contents, noting with dismay the great distance which separates the forest and the city. We need space. I think the grenades. Oh, you're going to make me throw the grenades away one by one. No. Grenades. Grenades. Map. Okay. Come, you must rest before your journey to Talakas. I will arrange for my Ukor to take you there after you've slept and recovered your strength. Soroka rises from her seat, bids you to follow her to her adjoining room where there's food, a bath, and a comfortable bed. She leaves you, returning to the table to consult its visions, while you try and relax despite the heavy sense of foreboding that haunts your mind. Heal up. It seems as if you've only just closed your eyes when you're awoken from your sleep by the sound of Soroka's voice echoing in your mind. The time has come for you to begin your journey, Lone Wolf. Quickly you dress and gather together your equipment before joining her at the Table of Visions. I have chosen Tuck-Turon. Oh, Lord. Tuck-Turon, my most able and trusted captain, and the company and a company of his best thus guardsmen. To escort you to Talarkus. He is familiar with the forest tracts of the Kiat Trisect, and he will ensure that you don't lose your way. She brings forth a black box inlaid with sparkling gems and unlocks it with a star-shaped key, which she wears on a slender chain around her neck. Take this, lone wolf, and keep it safe, she says, handing you a pyramid-shaped obsidian seal. Seal, not steel. Obsidian seal. I guess we're getting rid of the medal. The war against the Chaos Maker has made the Meladorians suspicious of all save their own kind. They won't want to attack anything for fear they could be an agent of chaos. When you meet them, show them the seal and your safety should be assured. Mark it on your special items, throw something away if needed. Do not speak of your quest to anyone except their leader. Seek him out. In him you can place your trust. While you slept, we communicated with our minds, and he has vowed to help you find the Lore Stones. She puts down the black box and gracefully walks towards the narrow exit of her chamber. In the room beyond, you see a stocky Ukur clad in polished bronze armor, waiting patiently for you to appear. This is Tuktaron, she says. He will be your guide. The creature brings himself stiffly to your attention, and you salute him. I'm honored to have been chosen, he says, using a language that approximates your own. You return his statue, then bid you his thanks, says Siroka. You will succeed. She kisses you on the cheek. You must succeed. You leave Siroka's chamber and follow Tuktaron as he leads you out of the tower and along a busy street towards the city's main square. There, gleaming bronze chariots, each drawn by a team of strange horse-like creatures called Onipa, are ready and waiting to take you to Talarkus. With the Okor captain, you climb aboard the leading chariot and grab the handrails as its driver cracks the whip. The Opina surge forwards, and in a cloud of dust, your chariot races out of the city along the stony road that cuts through the centre to the valley beyond. 3 hours pass before you catch sight of a village on the road ahead. Tuktaron grins and points repeatedly at his open mouth. You want to eat here, he says, shouting to make himself heard over the incessant rattling of the chariot. I think I'd rather push on. The captain shrugs his hairy shoulders and motions for the driver not to stop. As you pass through the village, a group of Ukur children cheer, wave, and toss flowers at your speeding chariots. One of the red blooms lands in a crook of your arm. If you have curing, you recognize the flower to be Haina. Its petals are especially effective in the treatment of battle wounds. If you lose endurance... If you lose endurance during a future combat, you'll be able to... Okay, so no, it's the same. So sure, look at the object. It's another item, why not? You've not eaten, eat now or die. A few miles beyond the village, the road leaves the valley and crosses an open expanse of lush grassland. The hours roll by and you watch the passing landscape with increasing wonder as you try to comprehend how it can thrive beneath a sunless sky. Slowly, the plain descends towards a wide river sluggish with sediment and flanked by tall, grey-green trees. A bridge spans the dark water and the road continues beyond towards a line of hills. The bridge is built of stout timber, but as you draw closer to it, you sense that something is amiss. We have Hunt Mastery, and we've bought enough previous books. Magnifying your vision, you're able to see that the middle of the bridge is damaged. Many of the planks have been torn up and strewn across the surface at random, crudely disguising a gaping hole. You scream a warning to Tuktaron, and he's able to halt the chariot in time. just as you thunder towards the approaching ramp. I have pathmanship, and we've bought enough books. Your senses scream a warning that the trees harbour hidden enemies. They are lurking, ready to ambush anyone who attempts to cross the bridge. You tell Tucteron, and immediately he orders his guards to dismount and take cover behind the chariots, while he and his driver go forwards to examine the bridge. Now, this is the first sort of real choice. Do we help the guy that's been assigned to us, or stay with the guards? I'm going to stay with the guards. You watch Tucteron and the driver scurry across the planks, using the parapet of the bridge as cover. They reach the centre and are examining the damage when a chilling scream, like the baying of a crazed wolf pack, echoes from the trees. Grey shapes jostle in the shadows, and your heart freezes in a moment of horror as they advance in the light. So pig people, cat person, dog person, pig person, sheep person, or perhaps goat person. Lumbering hordes of twisted shapes stagger from the trees on both sides of the bridge. They appear to be neither human nor animal, but a ghastly fusion of the two. Their heads are differing types. Some are cat-like with huge green eyes, some are boars with snouts and twisting tusks. Some have ram's heads, saber-toothed and riddled with decay. The Akor guards tremble with fear and whisper the word Agtar as the monstrosities draw closer. We have a bow and we will use it. You take aim at the yellow-fanged horror, or at one of them, with black gums and huge owl-like eyes, and send a shaft spinning into its chest. It continues to advance several paces unaffected by the arrow, until finally death conquers its will and it drops rigid and lifeless like a huge slab of stone. A shout causes you to glance over your shoulder and see Tucteron and the driver racing across the bridge. Another shout, harsh and bestial, draws your attention to the creature that is now leaping towards your head. It is immune to mind blasts. If you have hunt mastery to fight its surprise attack effect on reducing our combat. It is both weaker, like less health and less combat skill. We should be so fine. Okay, we lose 6 health. That's not too bad. We win combat. You pull away from the dead Agtar in time to avoid the murderous leap of a snarling dog-sized creature with large bear-like paws. It hits the ground and leaps again and hangs on your arm, its clawed feet raking emptiness as it tries to rip your stomach. You strike a blow that opens a ragged gash in its neck, but still it refuses to relinquish its grip, and retaliates by sinking its fangs into your wrist. The Agtar Hound. We want to win in 3 rounds or less from the look of it. So you know what? I'm going to actually use some Psi Surge to further boost my combat skill. Good. You kill it quickly. Tucteron runs to your side, his face and crystal sword splattered with the black blood of his foes. Hurry! The fight is lost! You go! Go now! He snaps and points across the bridge to the hills beyond. A cursory glance confirms his grim statement. Only he and 2 of his guards remain standing, and one fights left-handed, his right arm swinging broken and useless by his side. The others, including all the horses, have been slain by the howling creatures of chaos. Reluctantly you obey his command and hurry across the bridge, whilst he and his brave Uku guards fight to cover your escape. Note that until you reach the first ridge of the hills... Not until you reach the first ridge of the hills do you look back at the bridge, hoping to see him and his guard victorious. Your hope, however, is in vain. All that remains alive at the bridge is a ghoulish grey horde of feasting Agtar. Shocked by your encounter with the Agtar, you make your way deeper into the hills, skirting the road in favour of the wooded slopes, which offer good cover. Yet you keep the road in sight slightly to accommodate you. You keep the road sight constantly to ensure that you are heading towards Talakis. Your usual good sense of direction is vague and distorted, for in this region of the Dizan there is no sun, stars, or points of a compass by which to gauge your position. The hours pass uneventfully until you reach a place where the road runs alongside a pool of crystal clear water, fed by a fast-flowing stream. 3 human-shaped warriors clad in armor are standing near the pool, scanning the woods, and while their shaggy black horses drink their fill. If you have divination or pathmanship, turn here. Your senses reveal that the 3 warriors are Meladorian scouts. They have been sent by their leader, Lorcon Ironheart, a very fantasy name, to meet you en route and escort you directly to his headquarters. Sure. Stepping out from behind the tree, you wave and shout a greeting. Instinctively, they dive for cover. One loosens a crossbow bolt. The bronze-tipped quarrel whistles towards your chest with accuracy. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have Hunt Mastery, add 1. For every discipline you have mastered past the first 3, add another. We do extremely well. Your lightning reflexes save your life, and you twist aside, avoiding the deadly bolt as it passes within inches of your chest, thudding into a tree behind you. Instantly you drop to your knees and crawl rapidly through the undergrowth, lest they fire at you again. You stop when you reach the bushes that border the road. For opposite, you can see scouts crouching nervously beside their mounts. Call them telepathically with 1, call them non-telepathically with 2, or surrender. One of the scouts turns his head and answers your mind call out loud. Show yourself, he orders, much to the surprise of his 2 companions, who possess no psychic skills and didn't hear your message. You emerge from the foliage, your hands held open and away from your body. The others spin around to face you, raising their pole arms in as a reflex action at your sudden appearance. Hold it! Who... he says to his companions, who are both on the verge of firing their bows. He is the one. They seem unimpressed by his judgment and refuse to lower their bows until you suggest that one of them looks in your pocket for the proof of identity that they require. The scout removes the obsidian seal from your pocket, studies it thoughtfully. Very well, he says, satisfied that you are indeed the one that they've been detailed to escort. We will take you to Lorcon Ironheart. He pockets the obsidian seal, delete it from your item list on your action chart, and motions you to approach his strange long-haired steed. You ride pillion behind the saddle, yet the creature's shaggy coat makes for a comfortable seat. As the steed gallops like a racehorse along the winding hill road. Huge tree trunks flash past, a blur of grey and brown, and the hills gradually recede until the forest rules supreme. The scouts leave the road and follow a smaller track which delves deep into the majestic timberland. They slow their pace, feeling safer now that they are back amongst familiar territory, and soon you arrive at a clearing. Hundreds of Meladorian soldiers are encamped here inside a perimeter wall of earth and logs. A cordon of sentries patrol the wall. They are alert and nervous, their eyes scrutinizing every shadow. A wheeled barricade of sawn timbers protects the only entrance, and, at your approach, it is pushed aside to allow you entry. A small log cabin has been built at the heart of the tented encampment, and the scouts bring their steeds to a halt in front of its door. Quickly, they dismount and usher you inside to meet their leader. Fake choice. Seated before you, at a desk lit by tall candles, one set at each corner, are 2 pale-skinned Meladorian nobles. The flickering yellow flame glints on the fine antique workmanship of their armor and exaggerates the shadows that play on their faces as they argue their strategies for an impending battle. On seeing you enter, the conference is brought to an abrupt close. One of the officers bows and takes his leave. The other beckons a scout to approach the desk and make his report. The scout tells of how they met you and what has become of your U-Corps escort. He shows the officer the obsidian seal, given to you by Soroka before leaving the city. The officer clasps the pyramid stone in the palm of his hand and stares directly into your eyes. A tingle of surprise prickles your skin when you return his gaze, for you notice that his eyes are misty blue, without whites or any obvious pupil. If you have Psi screen, turn here. A wave of psychic energy rushes through your mind, washing across your thoughts, searching for some sign of hostile intent. You resist the intrusion, and the wave quickly recedes. With a gesture of his hand, Lorcan Ironheart dismisses the scout, and you are left alone in his company. So you are the Aeonian for whom Mistress Soroka would have me postpone the war against Chaos, he says sardonically, reaching for a decanter of red ruby wine. He fills 2 crystal goblets and offers you one. Let us toast the success of your treasure hunt, he says, raising his glass on high. And to your triumph over Chaos, you add diplomatically. He smiles as he sips the bitter vintage, and you regard each other in thoughtful curiosity. He has a youthful face with high cheekbones, narrow jaw, and a thin, chiseled, aristocratic nose. His silver hair is a mass of silken threads flowing from beneath the rim of his ornate conical helmet to fan across his wide shoulders and thick vermilion cloak. But it is his eyes that fascinate you, for they are filled with knowledge and ancient wisdom. You talk at length about the events which brought you to the Nagoth forest in search of Lorcan's help, and in return he tells you of the dangers that you may face in Talarkas. From a gold-capped leather tube, Lorcan produces a map of the Nagoth, which details the location of his encampment, the burial grounds of Talarkas, and the last known position of the Chaos Master's horde. The scale is measured in leagues, but you are able to calculate that Talarkas lies only 10 miles from Lorcan's camp. A curvy red line has been drawn diagonally across the map to show where scouts last sighted the Chaos Master's troops, and this line passes dangerously close to the burial grounds. You must leave as soon as possible if you are to be sure of reaching Talarkas before it is claimed by the enemy, he says, pointing to the bold red line. This was drawn 3 hours ago. If the Chaos Master decides to advance, he is within 8 hours' march of the burial grounds. This means that in only the next 5 hours could you be sure to find it unoccupied. I intend to march my army forward and hold Talarkas, but I wait reinforcements and dare not move until they arrive. I can provide you with a scout who knows the area well, and he will guide you to your destination, but the rest is up to you. Ooh. Lorcan sends for the scout, a Meladorian called Odal. When he arrives, he suggests that you visit the equipment tent before setting off through the forest. Sure. We get our extremely late visit and get equipment. Luck be with you, Aeonian, says Lorcan, as you turn to leave his cabin. Remember, I'll be marching on Talarkas as soon as my reinforcements arrive. You thank him and bid farewell before following Odal the scout to the equipment tent. 2 grim-faced guards bar your entry, but with Odal telling them on whose authority you are here, they lower their spears and allow you to pass. The tent is full of weapons and provisions. He suggests that you take whatever you need. We can refill 1 arrow. We could get another quiver. But I feel that I want everything I have on me. Essentially, super torch, health, or is it combat skill? I forget. No, it's combat skill. Combat skill, health, health. That's also combat skill. Amazing amounts of combat skill. Special bow of combat skill, special item. Ability to do raised range damage, and 2 quest items for this book. I've already got full of this. I can have a backpack. You already possess a backpack. Okay. Well, so be it. No items for us. Odal replenishes a quiver of bolts that he carries on his hip and checks the crossbow he wears strapped to his forearm is functioning properly. Satisfied, he folds away the hinged bow arms. Slips a brace of throwing knives into the top of his boots. Are you ready? He asks. Yes, you reply. Let's go. You leave the encampment by slipping over the perimeter wall and quickly merge like shadows into the thick forest beyond. The giant trunks support a canopy of dense foliage that blocks out most light and keeps the forest floor bathed in perpetual twilight. A carpet of moss muffles your footfalls, and the only foliage that grows in abundance is a bushy velvet lichen, patterned with orange-headed, tooth-sized growths. We possess curing. You sense immediately that the tiny orange growths are poisonous Kiteu spore pods, which if swallowed, or allowed to infect the bloodstream, are a toxin which can kill in a matter of minutes. Sure. We could collect some of these. Poison spores. Yeah, I like the rain Astro Pineapple. Like, I like the mood. I like rainy mood. If I'm not listening to music, rainy mood is nice background noise. And I think that, like, soft, gentle rain / crackling fire. If I could add a crackling fire as well, I might do that. But for now, this is enough. Is nice for reading. I sadly don't have a fancy press leather-studded wingback chair, which would complete the sort of mood for that, but that would be ideal. Lovely comfy chair, warm fire to sit in front of, good book to read, gentle rain, good times. The cool gloom of the Nagoth forest floor seems to continue indefinitely. You arrive at a place where one of the massive trees has fallen and torn a gap in the canopy of leaves. There, the gloom is brightened by a narrow column of light. That is Balon's bough, whispers Odal, pointing at the decaying trunk. Just another league and we'll be at Talakas. If you have pathmanship and have bought enough of the previous books and completed those adventures, turn here. You feel a familiar chill of premonition as your Kai senses alert you to a tiny pair of eyes blinking in the gloom of the leafy canopy overhead. You sense that a hostile creature lurks there, waiting to fire at anything that comes within range of its lethal blowpipe. We have a bow and we can shoot it. With consummate accuracy, you send an arrow whistling into the treetops. It ends its flight buried feather-deep in the scaly abdomen of an Agtar sniper. The beast gives a piercing shriek and tumbles to the ground, landing with a sickening thud near the base of Balon's bow. Odal praises your skills and rushes forward, half-crouched, to search the chaos creature's body. I'll cover him with our bow, in case more bad things happen. You scan the surrounding trees, your eyes peeled for the slightest hint of another enemy. Whilst Odal examines the body, he shakes his head, indicating he's found nothing of interest, beckons you onwards. Just as you begin to move, you catch sight of a grey shape scurrying away into the misty distance. Quickly, you draw an arrow and take aim, but the creature is no longer there. It has already melted into the shadows. There is a moment of cold fear when you first set eyes on the burial grounds of Talakas. An eerie blue glow, cast by clumps of bacterial fungi, illuminate a mist that seeps from the tombs and crypts of this ancient necropolis. The swirling vapour is contained by a wall which encircles the graveyard, though it is broken in many places where trees have displaced the mouldering stonework. With a weapon at the ready, you follow Odal towards one such gap in the wall, which is overshadowed by a great mausoleum. This is the Vault of Cedron, whispers Odal, as he clambers over the rubble and crouches beside its damp grey wall. Old King Kalon sleeps here. He removes a throwing knife from his boot, and with its tip points to the other funeral landmarks of Talakas, and identifies them one by one. That is the crypt of Julia. There are the graves of the faithful, and there's Balon's tomb. The Chaos Master and his minions have kept us away from here for nearly a generation, but Lorcan is determined to wrest this from him and restore it to its past glory. Over there, near its centre, is the Grand Sepulchre. Damn it. Sepulchre. No, I can't say it properly. Sepulchre. Sepulchre. There we go. That's where the bloodline of the Ironheart clan are laid to rest. You stare at this macabre building, and the powerful feeling electrifies your body. The Sepulchre... Sepulchre. I have so much trouble with it. Is an imposing sight, yet is not the grim splendour of its design that exhilarates you. You are ablaze with the realization that somewhere here, in the grand... Please stop making me say it! In the Grand Sepulchre of the Ironhearts lies the last two lore stones of Nixator, the objects of your quest. I must search that tomb, you say, staring fixedly at the huge door that dominates the Sepulchre's... Stop it, book! Blue-grey sculptured facade. Odal frowns and casts his eye nervously at the surrounding mists. I cannot enter, I am not of the clan blood. If you go through that door, you must do so alone. You sense that nothing you can say will induce Odal to break clan law, but you are anxious not to lose a valuable guide. When I enter the Grand Sepulchre... Sepulchre. Will you wait for me here, you ask, hoping that he will agree. He considers your request. Yes, he says without enthusiasm, but be quick. The creatures of chaos are close. I feel it in my blood. You exchange stern smiles and hurry your way through the knee-deep mist towards the great door. The portal is secured by a massive metallic lock, and engraved onto its surface is a quartered square. In 3 of the 4 quarters, there are etched symbols, but the 4th quarter, formed of soft clay-like substance, is blank. Your Kai instincts tell you that the symbols are a clue to a Melodorian code that unlocks the great door. If you inscribe the correct symbols in the soft surface of the blank square, you will cause the portal to open. You study it in silence. So what? We've got 2 dots, 1 dot. They change sides and the number of dots change. And I do have divination, so we can do this. Your senses warn that a powerful spell protects the portal. If you inscribe the wrong symbol, you will break the spell, the consequences of which could be fatal. Okay. So I think let's say that we're reading top to bottom, that this one should be to this one as this one is to this one. So it should be an open triangle on the right and 2 dots on the left, assuming that it is flipping the number of dots. But you know what? Let's print screen that so that I can look at whilst I read the options. Yeah, so I think it is C. What other option would make sense? What if it's read left to right? So what if this one is to this one as this one should be to this one? So what if triangle flips sides and flips emptiness and dots flip? Then it should be 2 open dots on the left and an open triangle on the right. Evening, Maury. In which case, the answer is also C. So I like C. A soft whirring noise emanates from inside the lock, and silently and effortlessly a great portal swings open. With your nerves on edge, you enter the dark interior and follow a featureless corridor to another large but less impressive door, which opens at your approach. A surge of damp air whips past you, sucked into the chamber beyond as the airtight seal is broken after many decades. Torches ignite spontaneously, and for the first time in its long history, the secrets of the inner sanctum of the great sepulchre are revealed to the eyes of an Aeonian. At the centre of the chamber stands the statue of a proud Meladorian warrior, clad in battle dress and with his sword raised in challenge. 7 closed caskets lie at his feet, with 7 more besides them open and empty, awaiting future generations of the Ironheart clan. Here you can sense the presence of the Lawstones more strongly. Your skin tingles and your pulse begins to race. But despite your reactions, you can tell that they lie not within this chamber, but somewhere nearby. Behind the tall statue, you discover a narrow stair that ascends to a circular portal in the ceiling. Close to the foot of the stairs, there is an arched door, of sparkling blue metal. We do have the Summer Sword. Gently, the Summer Sword vibrates in its scabbard, and a cool, golden fire laps at its hilt. Instinctively, you unsheath it, and immediately the blade is engulfed by golden flames, ignited by its proximity to the Lawstones. As you raise the sword, the flames burn brighter and illuminate the circular portal in the ceiling. At once you realize that it must provide access to the roof of the sepulchre, and, with your heart pounding, you race up the steps, confident of finding the object of your quest. A lever operates the portal, and... You're worried about my wisp? Are you worried about my wisp, perhaps, through Event Horizon? I'm quite okay with my wisp. A lever operates the portal, and, when you pull it, the circular hatch creaks open, and a shaft of grey light washes over your head and shoulders. Your senses burn with expectation. You grip the rim and start to pull yourself through the hole. But a dark shadow and a cold wind sweeps over you, making you flinch and fall back on the stairs. There is a loud crack, like a sharp clap of thunder, and then a terrible scream of agony echoes through the forest. Fear and anger grip your senses as you realize that you've just heard the dying scream of Ordle, your guide. Enraged, you leap for the portal and pull yourself to the rooftop, where the Lawstone and an unexpected enemy awaits you. Perched on the bough, overhanging the roof, is a gigantic black-winged bird. Seated on its back is a magnificent warrior dressed in scarlet silk and polished silver mail. His head is crowned by an elaborate helmet. Its visor formed in the shape of a roaring dragon, with jeweled eyes and fiery breath. The tangled branches prevent the bird from landing, but a rope ladder hangs from its surface, and the warrior uses it to climb down onto the roof. He leaps the last few feet, and his landing disturbs the dense mist that carpets the surface, rolling it back to reveal 2 glowing golden spheres of crystal, each filled with fire, lying close to where he now stands. He crouches down, and your stomach churns with dread as you see him reach out to grab the golden Lawstones. If you have a bow and wish to shoot him, if you draw a hand weapon and wish to prevent him from taking them, if you wish to just tell him to not take them, let's prepare to shoot. His hat, his throat, or his chest? His throat. You aim for the weakest part of his armor, where his chainmail vest joins the bever? I don't know that word. Bever? Helmet? A single piece of plate armor protecting the chin and throat and filling a gap between the helmet and the breastplate. It would extend over a knight's left shoulder, doubling the thickness of this armor. Pronounced beaver. Okay, like the animal. Fair enough. Not beaver, beaver. We've got 5 to 8 because mastery plus silver bow, but we didn't quite... We rolled absolute fail on the... Like, that is the lowest number we could roll on the random number table. So even though we have super bow mastery plus the super good bow from previous books, we don't get the best result. Your shaft clips his neck and rips open a line of chainmail links before arcing over the parapet. Blood oozes thickly from his wound, and the force of the arrow stuns him momentarily, but it does not prevent him from scooping up the lore stones. Quickly you shoulder your bow in favour of a hand weapon and rush forward. He draws a curvy bladed sword and prepares to greet you with its razor-sharp edge. You strike first, but he parries and returns your blow with great skill. For his size, he is quick as a cat, and despite his wound, you sense that he will be a difficult opponent. If you reduce his health to 20 points or less, do not continue, but turn here. If you kill him super good, turn here. Well, I am willing to burn some hit points using extra damage. Damn. We didn't quite one-hit KO him. Breathless and bleeding, the warrior evades your skillful attacks by leaping for the rope ladder. From there, he shouts a command and the giant black bird takes to the air, lifting him off the roof. A wave of panic engulfs you. In desperation, you leap up and strike a blow at the velvet sack swinging from his belt. He tries to fend off your attack, but his position is precarious. Your blow strikes home, slitting open the velvet and gashing deep into the back of his gloved hand. He drops his sword, and one of the 2 lore stones tumbles from the stack and falls into the graveyard, coming to rest close to the door of the sepulchre. Sepulchre. Yet he manages to save the second lore stone from falling, and with a parting curse you watch as he's lifted above the trees and carried away into the cold grey sky. Peering over the parapet, you try to locate the lore stone, but it is impossible to see through the eerie blue carpet of grave mist. You're about to leave the roof when you hear a thrumming noise like the sound of wild and discordant drumming. You peer in the direction of the noise and see a line of hulking shapes shambling towards the gaps in the perimeter wall. You recognize them instantly. They are Agtar, the hideous creations of the Chaos Master. Spurred on by your anger and fear, you race through the inner sanctum and skid to a halt outside its great door. There, shrouded in mist, you discover the body of your guide, his chest torn open and blackened by a bolt of power that has claimed his life. You kneel to close his sightless eyes and immediately sense that the lore stone is close at hand. Guided by instinct, you race towards the lore stone, but as you're running past the entrance to a crypt, you are set upon by a pair of snarling chaos creatures. Fight to the death. I am willing to burn some health to make combat stronger. Insta-kill. 127 damage. Woo! If you win combat, turn here. You leap over the bodies of the dead Agtar and press on with your search. Ahead you see a glimmer of gold in the pale blue luminescence, and you thrust your hand towards it in the mist. A tingling sensation runs the length of your arm, filling your body with an incredible sense of strength and well-being as you close your hand around the lore stone. You get fully healed. The golden glow fades as the wisdom contained within the lore stone is infused in your being. Your spirit soars, but you can't allow your euphoria to blind you to the danger that is closing on Talakas. You turn and run back towards the entrance to the grand sepulchre, intending to seek sanctuary behind its door. But your foot catches on something sharp and sends you sprawling to the ground. The toe of your boot is cut through, but fortunately your foot has escaped without a scratch. Cautiously, you try to locate what caused such a vicious cut and discover the Scarlet Warrior's curvy bladed sword. Sure. I will trade dagger for dragon engraved sword. Does it have bonus? No, at least not yet. But oh, it's just a sword. Boo! You raise the sword and essay a cut or two to assess its worth. It is a fine weapon, skillfully crafted by an expert smith. Its hilt is bejeweled with emeralds, and the curvy blade is engraved with a spectacular fiery dragon. At once you recognise the design in the hopes of retrieving the last lore stone revived. It is identical to the symbol you first saw in the Table of Visions. The mark that emblazoned the stone gate of Haggadar. You focus your Kai skills on the blade and they confirm your suspicions. The Scarlet Warrior came from Haggadar, and it is to this distant city that his black-winged mount is now returning with the last lore stone of Nixator. From the depths of the Nagagoth forest crawls a nightmare army of gibbering chaos creatures. They are directed by a sinister being, and all are obedient to his silent command. You run with terror in your heart as the writhing shapes pour through the gaps in the perimeter wall in ever-increasing numbers. You evade their spears and stones, but as you reach the great door, you are confronted by 3 tentacled horrors wearing heavy armor strapped to their warty hides. Their bloated bodies fill the doorway and prevent you from entering. Tentacle monsters. As you reach the great door, if we have divination, hunt mastery, or pathmanship, we do. Your senses tell you that Lorcon Ironheart's army is within a league of Talakas and will be here within the hour. Until then, you must find somewhere safe from the Chaos Horde or you'll be overwhelmed. Quickly you scan the surrounding crypts and note that with the exception of the Grand Sepulchre and Balon's tomb, they are all in a state of ruin. I mean, I think I can beat these and hide inside. The 3 creatures bellow and growl as your blows find their way between their plates of armor, and they retaliate by lashing you with their suckered tentacles. Their attacks are ill-aimed and clumsy, but whenever one of their rubbery limbs touches your body, it leaves an angry welt. So they're basically jellyfish. I will use Psy Surge, try and get this done quicker. Your enemy was able to stab you before you killed him, but it didn't harm you very much. If you win combat, as the last of your foul enemies fall dead at your feet, you sheath your weapon and drag their blood-splattered corpses away from the great door. You then push close the heavy portal, making sure that it is secure before climbing the stairs to the roof. As you look down from the parapet, you are greeted by a stirring sight. Lorcon Ironheart's army is surging into Talakas, transforming the chaos-choked grounds into a raging battlefield. At their head you see Lorcon, his silver armor and scarlet cloak tarnished with black blood, striking at the enemy with a blurring speed and a deadly accuracy. He leads a massive wedge of Meladorian warriors whose faces and armor are painted with magical runes to ward off the creatures of chaos. The Agtar melt before them like ice before fire, and flee in panic to the dark safety of the Nagath forest. The Meladorians give a rousing cheer of victory to speed the enemy's retreat, but their jubilant cries are stifled when, from the depths of the forest, they are answered by a thunderous roar. Something huge and deadly is striding towards Talakas. The ground trembles beneath its feet, and the air is filled with the sound of great destruction. The crack and groan of sundered trees and the thunderous growls of a gigantic beast grow steadily louder, driving many of Lorcon's soldiers to the brink of despair. He tries to rally them, but his voice is lost in the deafening noise. Suddenly a gap appears at the forest's edge as effortlessly a pair of stout trees are pushed apart by monstrous hands. Morbid terror grips the Meladorians, and a few stand their ground when they see the awesome visage of the Chaos Master looming 30 feet above. You look upon his massive naked body and feel sickened by what you see. His features are in a constant state of flux, dissolving, merging, melting into new and ever more hideous shapes. Only Lorcan appears unmoved by this dreadful sight. He raises his sword and challenges the evil being to single combat. But his brave words are met with a howl of derision. You would challenge a god? Speaks the Chaos Master, his mocking voice unbearably loud. Lorcan remains undaunted by his enemy and repeats his call to combat. The Chaos Master laughs. Then let us begin. For though our sport shall be but a brief affair, I will delight in killing a righteous fool as you, Lorcan. With terrifying ease, he uproots a tree, pares away the branches with the edge of his hand, and wields it like a gigantic club. He strides forward, pursuing Lorcan in a game of cat and mouse that leaves a trail of destruction wherever they go. The Melodorian relies on luck and fleetness of foot to avoid the crushing blows, but his luck and skill will not last indefinitely. He slips and falls near the wall of the crypt, on the roof of which you are standing. The Chaos Master bellows with glee and strides forward, his club raised to crush Lorcan to an unrecognizable pop. His fearsome shoulders draw level with the parapet, and as he steadies himself for the coup de grace, he comes within an arm's length of your position. If you have the Summer Sword, you draw back the golden blade and take aim at the Chaos Master's heart. But the closeness of your goodly blade screams a warning at the evil god, and quickly he turns to face you. You strike a blow which wounds his side but misses a vital target. With a roar of pain, the Chaos Master drops his club and clasps his side. Pain swiftly becomes rage, and with a vengeful scream he reaches out to crush you to death with his monstrous hands. He is immune to Mind Blast but not Psy Surge. If you possess the Circle of Law of Spirit, add 2 to your combat skill for the duration of this fight. That's insane! He has an insane amount of health and combat skill. I barely have as much combat skill as him. Also, I've just worked out that this is bugged. I'm supposed to lose 2 health every round that I'm using extra special psychic attack, but instead I'm healing 2 health every round I'm using extra special psychic attack. I think. Oh no, it's doing what it's supposed to. But I don't see us winning this fight. Unless we get a really ultra good roll. You died in combat. You've lost your mission. Boo! That's kind of bullshit. Well, death's up by 1. Yeah, that's really bullshit. The last couple of books, they've made it that if you have the Summer Sword, the enemies are just stupidly strong. Like, I have literally collected every special item of bonus health and bonus damage, and the enemies are still stronger than us in terms of attack damage and health. Or I should say weapon skill and health. It does feel like they haven't balanced it reasonably. Anyway. Yes, we have this, we have this. Let's go the other way. Let's try taking shelter in the gully. The wind tears at your clothing as you fight your way slowly towards the distant gully. Your feet sink deep into the hot shifting sands, transforming the simple act of walking into a hard and painful exertion. After what seems like an eternity, you finally near your goal. You drop to your knees and crawl the remaining yards towards the shelter of the shallow, rock-strewn trench. Gasping for breath, you bury your head inside your tunic to avoid inhaling a lungful of sand-choked air. And gradually your pulse steadies and your strength returns. You wait for the storm to subside, but as if in defiance of your wish, it grows stronger, whipping the sands into huge cyclones, which suck countless tons of debris into their deadly spinning cores. Fear returns to freeze your heart when the shadow of the raging whirlwind falls across the gully. In blind desperation, you crawl forwards towards a narrow fissure at the far end of the trench, praying that it is the entrance to a cave. Your prayers are answered. The fissure marks the beginning of a shaft that descends deep into the volcanic rock. As you draw closer, your hopes for a safe shelter are damped by a gruesome sight. Strewn around the entrance to the fissure are the bleached and shattered bones of what was once a formidable creature. Nervously, you reach for a weapon as you approach the narrow gap and peer into its lightless depths. A strange smell, sweet and unwholesome, wafts out of the inky blackness and stops you dead in your tracks. But the deafening roar of the approaching tornado makes you swallow your fear and enter. Cautiously, you descend into the dark, your weapon held poised to counter a sudden attack. We have a fire sphere, so we can light up the way. Your light washes over the rough red walls and illuminates a narrow corridor, formed by a violent rending of the land. Warily, you descend, taking care to avoid the deep potholes which riddle the uneven floor, and at length you emerge into a cramped, airless cavern. At the moment, a cacophony of noises surge along the fissure, and the floor shudders and heaves beneath your feet. A sudden blast of dust and debris knocks you off balance, as it is sucked out of the cavern by a whirlwind raging directly above. The turmoil soon subsides, but as you drag yourself to your feet, you notice you're not alone. A low, croaking growl issues from the far side of the cavern, and suddenly 2 slits appear, from which a baleful orange light radiates. With bated breath, you watch a shape emerge from the shadows, a long, scaly form with short legs and lizard-like head. The outline of its body, perfectly camouflaged against the red volcanic rock, pulses like a heartbeat as it awakens from its slumber. It swivels its horny head and fixes you with an alien gaze, its snake-like eyes glittering with malice. We didn't take animal control because I took the combat boosting skill. So we have this outcome. The lizard beast yawns, exposing a wickedly curved beak and a jaw set with dagger-sharp fangs. Beak with fangs? It snickers evilly, relishing the thought of killing you and devouring you at his leisure. Shoot it! Shoot her! Swiftly you draw an arrow and take aim at one of its eyes. Instinctively it senses danger and twists its head furiously from side to side. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have bow mastery, add the appropriate bonus. Not 0 plus bow mastery plus extra special bow equals success. Your arrow tears into its eye, splitting it open like a burst egg. It ends its flight buried deep in the creature's brain, bringing death in an instant and sparing the beast the agony of its terrible wound. Slowly, the slain Kozinda falls to the cavern floor, its broad tail twitching spasmodically. When finally it comes to rest, you approach the carcass and examine more closely this creature of the Dezarin. Although the shape of its body appears reptilian, its scales are unlike those of any lizard you've seen before. They are thin yet incredibly hard, and seem to be formed of a substance more akin to glass than skin or bone. You ponder the origins of the curious beast until eventually the fatigue of your ordeal catches up with you. Eat or lose health. We have hunting. You wake with a start, stirred to consciousness by the distant flap of large wings overhead. The sounds grow louder, and quickly you gather up your equipment and hurry out the cavern to investigate the source. We discover the giants riding the giant things. One of them comes to speak to you, same as if we went on the other path. He wants to know what the deal is. We tell him. He says, I'll take you to our leader. He takes us to his city. The city is pretty. We will not have a bath this time. New content. The room is large. The room is large and airy, with tall windows that look out over the city. Far below, you can see Yoakor crowding an avenue which leads to the outer level of Yanis. They move with such purposeness that they resemble a community of ants. This is the same. Okay, so this is basically the same. There's no meaningful difference between those two options. Just that if you go have a bath, you get some extra health back. A strong hand on your shoulder shakes you, roughly from your sleep. The beholder requests your company, etc., etc. He takes us to him. We discover that he's the guy that looks like an alien in the hands of one of the giants. We do have divination. He's powerful. We can't tell whether he's good or evil. We follow him. We follow him. He teaches us about this universe. He tries to read our thoughts. We only partially succeed at shielding them. He tells us about his cat lady friend and sends us off towards her through the totally not another teleport thing. We go towards the little pyramid things. What if we avoid it? For countless hours you follow the stream without seeing a soul. You're beginning to suspect this land is devoid of intelligent life when you happen upon a series of long, level fields, planted in precise rows with sweet-smelling yellow herbs. A path runs up from the stream to the brow of the hill. Examine the field of herbs. In the center of each clump of herbs rest a cluster of large acorn-shaped buds which exude the sweet, pungent aroma which hangs in the air. If you have curing, do this. They are Senara, exceedingly rare on Magnamond, but apparently in abundance here. The unripened buds of this herb have great restorative qualities. Holy shit, there are enough buds in the field for 100 meals? Let's replace all our normal meals with meals of bonus healing. If I had have had those 3 extra health in that last fight of the last one, we might have actually won. Done. Continue. You reach the crest of the hill and stare down at the remarkable sight that lies beyond. A walled city of low pyramid-shaped dwellings is spread along the center of a narrow valley. Near the middle, raising high above the other buildings, stands a tower of stone, its color nearly identical to the drab but grey of the sky. Okay, so we've skipped talking to the people and we've proceeded straight to Cat Lady's tower. The people welcome us in their curious language. They demand to know our name and our reason for wanting to enter their city. You tell them that you've come from the Beholder, seeking Cat Lady. We will escort you to Cat Lady. We do have the skill. You discover that she's trapped inside some sort of high-energy psychic bubble thing. She tells us where one of the Lore Stones is. We will choose not to intrude upon her grief this time. She tells us to go to the forest just like last time. She teaches us about how to get back, like last time. She gives us a map, like last time. We will give up the black key for the map. She heals us. We will trade the medal for the obsidian seal, which she says will prove that we know her and were sent on her orders. You must succeed. She kisses your cheek. Last time we pressed on, so we'll stop this time. T'Uk-T'Ron slaps the driver's shoulder. Immediately, he hauls on the reins and pulls at a lever which activates the wheel brakes, bringing the chariot to a squealing halt. The others stop nearby, and the guards clamber down from the riding platforms unsteadily, their legs weak and trembling after hours of riding along the bumpy track. They are familiar with the village, and without hesitation they head towards a thatched hut that is set back from the road. One sec, sorry, I'm relatively certain that I'm going to... Bless me, to sneeze. You accompany the captain and his driver into the hut, stooping to enter the okur-sized doorway. The villagers are delighted to receive you and ply you eagerly with food and wine. One of them, an elderly female with kind eyes, hobbles to your side and places a deck of cards on the table. Sure, we'll have our fortune read. She grins, shuffles the cards between her rheumatic hands. You have drawn many cards from the pack. The first shows a bed, the second a young okur child, and the third a sword. The aged fortune teller weaves her crooked fingers around the cards. She mutters incessantly to herself, and Tukteron is obliged to translate. She says you will dream of when you were young. In your dream, much will be made clear. The dream is good. It will help you grow strong and defeat your enemies. While you ponder the meaning of her reading, she retrieves the cards from the table and shuffles away to help her daughters gather the empty food bowls. Tukteron swallows the last of his delicious meal, rounds it off with a hearty belch. The Okur villagers thank him, for it seems that such a reaction is the highest compliment one can pay after receiving Okur hospitality. We can go now, yes, he says. You nod, you reply, and he in turn barks an order to his company of men to return to their chariots. As you pull away from the village, the fortune teller waves farewell, and you return her gesture with a smile. A few miles beyond the village, the road leaves the valley and crosses an open expanse of lush grassland. The hours roll by. You have trouble telling how time is passing. That's the same as before. Slowly, the plain descends towards a wide river, sluggish with sediment and flanked by tall grey-green trees. A bridge spans the dark water, and the road continues beyond towards a line of hills. We do have hunt mastery, so this is the fake bridge. And then we do have pathmanship, so we discover the people attacking. Your senses scream a warning that the trees harbour hidden enemies. They are lurking to lay ambush to anyone. I will defend the chariots. The monsters come. We shoot one with our bow. We have to fight the rest. Insta-victory. Another one attacks us. Three rounds it took us. Actually did a fair bit of damage to us. 24, we're at 2/3 health. But we won quickly. Wait, was that quickly or not quickly enough? No! Well, I'm not allowed to know. Maybe that? No. Tukteron runs to your side, his face and crystal sword splattered with the black blood of his foes. Hurry, this fight is lost. You go now. He snaps and points across the bridge. A cursory glance confirms his grim statement. So even though we got here with the chariot rather than going the other way, we're forced to separate. No, I think... Is that new? Maybe. No, this is the same as before. So we let them know that we're here. Random number. They miss us. You show them the obsidian seal. They realize that we're not bad guys. We meet nice guy boss. I don't need equipment. We discovered there was nothing in it that we wanted. Some Ketu spores, which... What do these do? Can I trade one meal for this? Sure. You've detected the Lore Stone. The guy refuses to enter the tomb with you. You sense that the wrong answer could kill you. The correct answer was C. You enter. We do have the Summer Sword. Here is Dragon Man. This time, hopefully, we can roll better than 1. Fire at his throat. Come on. Yes, 9. Desperately, he tries to avoid your arrow, but it penetrates his armor and lodges in the side of his neck. He screams at the pain and tears off the offending shaft, hurling it back at you contemptuously. The fortitude is impressive, but you can tell that he has suffered a serious wound. He scoops up the... No, so it doesn't save the Lore Stones, even if you do get critical success. Fight him. I want to try and kill him really super quickly. Damn. Maybe I should have turned it off and done slightly less damage. Because I want to see what happens if you, like, kill him from... I want to see what happens if you basically insta-kill him such that he can't run away with the stones. What does the story do if you... I would like to know, but I can't... The application doesn't let you cheat to find out. You have to do what you rolled in combat. He starts escaping on his giant winged bird. You cut open the purse, revealing one of the Lore Stones. It falls back into the zombie graveyard. You're forced to fight some of the zombies. We insta-kill the zombies. We get the Lore Stone. We can have his extra special dragon sword that just turns into a normal sword when you pick it up, which is very disappointing. No/set state 1, 2, 3. I don't recognize that, sorry, Vama. Tilde does nothing, because this is a phone game. Like, I'm simulating a phone here, and you're viewing my simulated phone. I wouldn't even know how you would open console on a phone game. We take the sword, even though it turns into a normal sword. There are the tentacle monsters. So we could try going the other place. We haven't tried going the other place. We will try... It was Babylon's Tomb. Ah, there's another one of these logic puzzles. So, print screen, MS Paint, paste. We can get rid of the old logic puzzle picture. Zoom in on the new one. Okay. We have pathmanship or divination. If you get it wrong, you might be blown up. So... It appears that the... Let's look at this again. This, every time you go this way, every time you go counterclockwise, this seems to rotate one unit clockwise, right? First it's in this corner, then it's in this corner, then it's in this corner, so it should be in this corner up here. Is that enough to get us the correct answer? So it's either A or B, or I suppose C. It's A, B, or C, but it's definitely not D. And looking at these, it's triangle, line, diagonal thing. That is harder to make sense of. 1, 1... I don't know. But 4 lines would be would be more than I would think. So I don't think it's the one with a square. And yet maybe it is, because circle seems more different than... Well, this might kill us again. Presumably one could open it in Android Studio, but I don't have much experience in mobile development. I have. Sounds like you know more than me, Velma, so I'm not gonna... I think the most reasonable answer is B. I don't think circle makes more sense than... I think it wants things with flat lines, not curved lines. A loud click issues from the lock, and the portal creaks open to reveal a long, dark corridor. Quickly you step inside, and swing shut the heavy door to deny entry to the screaming horde of chaos creatures assembling outside. Tubes of green glass set into niches in the walls cast a faint glow, by which you can see your way to the chamber at the heart of the tomb. Here lie the remains of Balon, ancient ruler of Melador, encased in a sarcophagus of gleaming, gem-studded silver. To the rear of your chamber, you notice a stair that ascends to the ceiling, where, like the grand sepulchre, there is a circular portal that gives access to the roof. Sure, we'll investigate the sarcophagus. You prise open the heavy lid and stare at the shrunken remains of Lord Balon. He lies on a mattress of diamonds and gemstones, his yellowed bones encased in ornate burial armor. By his side rests a massive two-handed sword, its blade of solid gold inscribed with a long list of battle honors and deeds of valor. You sense the weapon is symbolic, a replica of his true sword. It is soft, and its gold blade would never hold a keen edge or withstand the rigors of battle. You're about to close the lid when you notice something lying next to the sword, a silver flask. You notice that it contains a wine that smells fresh and wholesome. Do we drink the mummy wine? What's life without risks? The wine has been charmed with a potent magical spell and special healing properties. There are 2 draughts left. Each restores 4 health. You may keep it. Okay, is it a special item or a normal item? Drink the forbidden mummy soup. We've taken the forbidden mummy wine. As you move away from the sarcophagus, you hear a faint sound of battle coming from beyond the tomb. You run back along the corridor, press your ear to the cold stone. The sound becomes more distinct. The clash of swords and angry cries of Meladorian voices excites your curiosity, prompting you to climb the stairs to the roof to find out what's going on. So you're not allowed to both investigate the mummy and investigate the rest of the chamber. I wonder what the chamber had if it isn't healing mummy wine. So this is the same. Friendly Dude McGee is leading his band of rune-enchanted people to make the little monsters run away. Then the big monster shows up. He challenges him to single combat. I am forced to do this. I'm not allowed to not use the summer sword. Oh, this is... Psy Surge. At least we're on full health. That was a good ratio. Losing 3 to his 9. Seven to his 3. 19 to his 8. 0 to his 12. 4 to his 8. 2 to his 10. You've barely survived the encounter. You are gravely injured and should try to heal. You can't use potions mid-combat, I don't think. It's not the way... That's not the way it works. You can use potions before combat. And there are, like, performance-enhancing drugs that will be little click boxes like Psy-Surge was, that you can choose to use. As you strike the fatal blow, the Chaos Master vents a shriek loud enough to wake the dead. His great body stiffens and his skin writhes and shimmers, making it impossible to discern any detail. Then he fades until all that remains to record his existence is the lingering smell of his spilt blood. The Meladorians are overjoyed to have witnessed the spectacular defeat of the Chaos Master, for your victory has rid them of the greatest enemy. They call to you to come down from the roof, and when you appear in the doorway, they shower you with praise. We owe you more than our lives, Aeonian, says Lorcan, his strange blue eyes aglow with admiration. Your great deed has saved our realm and put an end to the plague of chaos that would have corrupted us all. We are forever in your debt. He orders that word of the victory be sent immediately to his people, commands a celebration be held in your honor. The urgency of your quest prompts you to forego these festivities and begin the journey to Haggadar once again. He understands your need to make haste and offers to help you by assigning another scout to guide you through the forest to the plain of Guakor. I will accept your help. The new scout's name is Arki, a wiry Meladorian with steely grey hair and a lean, scraggy face, an expert woodsman. With his help, you're able to avoid all contact with the marauding remnants of the Chaos Horde. The journey to the edge of the plain of Gorkor takes nearly 100 hours, during which time you are able to conserve your food supplies by living from the land. In fact, so bountiful is the forest that you're able to gather a surplus food of 3 meals. I've already got a full backpack, so it doesn't really... You share a meal with Ark and bid him farewell. You do not need to erase a meal from your action chart. Then you check your equipment and consult a map before setting off with trepidation across the plain of Guakor. Pick a number from the random number table. We have rolled low. The plain of Guakor stretches to the cloudy horizon like a vast sea of dust, broken only occasionally by a boulder or clump of wire-hard scrub. It is a dreary, I assume there's a typo there, panorama. A land once rich and fertile, murdered by the curse of chaos. It instills in you a feeling of dread uncertainty at first, but as you trudge each weary mile, it slowly strengthens your determination to fulfill your quest. For the fate that has befallen Guakor will befall Summerland if you fail your quest to find the last Lawstone and return to defeat Dark Lord Gnag. Shortly after your second stop for rest, you hear a sound far to your right. A tiny speck in the grey sky glows steadily larger until, at last, you are able to discern its shape. A cold chill runs down your spine as you recognize its dragon-like features. It is Zengha, the Scourge of Gahor. We will try and hide from the dragon. There are very few places that could possibly hide from. Random number. We did not roll extremely high. He swoops low over your position, raising a cloud of dust. You cough and blink the dust away. You've attracted his attention. It lands nearby and is poised to exhale its fiery breath. Inventory. Drink, 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 drink. Potions. Everything. Go. Use. Yes. Use. Yes. The forbidden mummy drink. Yes. Forbidden mummy... Oh, it used the forbidden mummy drink all up. Okay. Healing food. Healing food. Healing superfood. All gone. And somehow that let me re-roll on the table. Desperately you dive aside to avoid its searing gout of smoky yellow flame. Your lightning reactions save you from a roasting, and as you roll to your feet, you unsheath your weapon and advance on the beast. Under the cover of the thick black smoke generated from its breath, you stalk forward, weapon in hand, determined to strike before it can muster enough bile to fuel a second gout of flame. Throw a fire grenade at him? There's no option for it, sadly. The beast doesn't expect such a bold move, and you're able to creep within striking distance. So, especially if I use Psy Surge, I have a pretty significant attack skill lead. And it has only approximately equivalent health, so we should be okay. Yeah, we rolled a critical success. We did him absurd amount of damage. We win the combat. And it took away about a quarter of our health, a little bit more. After the encounter, you stop to rest. Less frequently, mile after mile, you plod on mechanically, only half aware of the lifeless landscape through which you move. Fatigue dulls your senses, and you can't recall the exact moment you entered the neverness. Like a dream, it is as if you have always been here. Clouds swirl beneath your feet, yet they support your weight. You float in a sea and sky of grey light, without horizon or boundary. A limitless eternity of space. There are distant sounds like muffled voices, but when you strive to understand them, they fade and you cannot catch the words. Time passes, yet time is meaningless. You cannot tell the order in which events are taking place. From out of the swirling wisps of cloud, 3 globes of darkness arise. They swim closer, hovering to and fro, evolving into the forms of black hooded riders on demon steeds. Leering skulls peer from the shadows of their cloaks, and you see your own eyes reflected in their bony sockets. If you have Psi Screen, turn here. We do. Blasts of psychic force shoot you from the creatures, but you sensed the danger and raise your defenses in times to deflect the attack. The hostile energy buckles your thought shield and leaves you shivering from psychic shock. If you have bought enough of the previous books, turn here. You use your improved psychic skill to repair your thought shield by catching and controlling part of the hostile energy being directed against you. The shadow creatures sense your psychic mastery, and a whisper passes between them. They split up, and the hooves of their steeds churn the cloud to a roiling ferment as they move at a gallop to surround you. We can attack back with our psychic skills. You focus your energy on the approaching shadows and prepare to engage them in psychic combat. We want to make their head explode. Blah, 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 blah. Weapon skill bonuses don't count for this fight. If you have a psychic ring, grey crystal ring, you get 3 extra. The combat bonus for a shield doesn't apply here. The summer sword doesn't apply here. Performance enhancing drugs don't apply here. The silver helmet does, however. And you don't get bonus health from the armor that you're wearing, aside from the silver helmet. Victory. Throw a mind fire grenade. Victory. With a haunting scream, the evil shadows fade and dissolve into the swirling clouds. A loud wind whistles in your ear, carrying the mournful sound of a tolling bell. At the center of the cloud, a ray of golden light pulses like a heartbeat in time to the chime of the bell. It draws you towards it, and you cannot resist its call. Slowly, the clouds separate, and a tall tower of glistening white stone looms before you. A globe of golden light hangs suspended in midair above its conical roof, pulsating with heat and radiating power like a tiny newborn sun. Its comforting warmth draws you towards an open portal at the side of the tower. Beyond, you see a dark tunnel that descends towards a speck of misty yellow light. I have completed the Law Circle of Spirit. Waves of raw psychic energy radiate from the golden sphere, hovering motionless above the tower. Your highly developed spiritual skills enable you to tap the energy and use it to replenish your health. Pick a number from the random number table, get some health back. You find it impossible to resist the strange compulsion drawing you towards the light. You glide along the tunnel and emerge at the center of a huge transparent sphere, suspended in a luminous yellow sea of oily liquid. Behind its seamless walls swim fish-like creatures, strange things with phosphorescent bodies and opalescent jaws. You stare in fascination as they swim around you, oblivious to your presence. From the curved floor of the spherical chamber, a billowing mist arises. It blurs your vision and numbs your senses. As if in a dream, you feel yourself lifted by a buoyant cloud and transported across a vast, shadowy terrain, where spirit shapes, like wisps of white silk, swirl around you in continuous motion. At first, you cannot discern the nature of these gossamer forms, but slowly they draw into focus, until at last you are able to distinguish their features. A cold terror grips your mind as you realize what you are looking at. I do have side screen. The ghostly forms possess the face of every enemy you have ever slain. They twist and contort beneath your gaze, their empty eyes burning with cold blue flames as they return your stare. Frantically, you draw on your psychic reserves and succeed in shielding your mind from the shock of this haunting confrontation. The ghosts dissolve into a mist, and a strange serenity soothes your tortured mind. New forms take shape now. They fill the scope of your vision with memories of events that occurred long ago. You see the smiling faces of your mother and father, the village of Dag, where you lived before entering the monastery. Your sister, Kari, calling you in for supper at the close of a warm summer's day, and the sad memory of your brother Jen, who gave his life to save yours when, on your 6th birthday, you slipped and fell into the River Tor. With amazement you watch as a patchwork parade of recollections continues to unfold, and slowly a realization of their meaning crystallizes in your mind. These people and events have all played their part in shaping your destiny. The visions are obscured by a dazzling light which shines so brightly that you are forced to shield your eyes against the glare. Many moments pass before you can make out the shape of what looms above it. It is the huge face of a mighty warrior, strong and wise, whose golden eyes stare down at you with supernatural majesty. A kindly smile softens his heroic features, and a voice deep and wondrous rumbles from his throat. In this age of darkness, you have been chosen to fulfill the quest of the Magnakai. Be true to the quest, for the greatness born within you can save your people and right the imbalance which threatens to destroy your world. Doubt not your purpose nor your strength, for inside you there burns a flame which can light the hopes of future men for all time. The divine radiance of this being and the gravity of his words fill you with wonderment. For your senses tell you that you are now in the presence of your creator, the immortal god Kai. The vision of your maker shatters with breathtaking suddenness, and without any warning you fall forwards and plummet onto thick swirling cloud. The scary sensation of rapid descent leaves you gasping, but the initial shock is replaced by the calm certainty that your fall is being controlled by unseen hands. As if waking from a dream, you become aware that the cloud has faded, and the welcome feel of firm ground returns beneath your feet. You stand at the foot of a massive sandstone cliff, its sheer walled pitted and scarred by fierce winds that whip across the surrounding rocky landscape. Perched at the top of the cliff is a walled city, whose grim outline and dragon gate you recognize immediately. It is Hagardar, the forgotten city of the Sandai. You stare up at the stronghold, pondering the near impossible climb to its gate, and try to suppress your mounting fears. Nearby you see a stinking stream of foul water. You follow it to its source and discover that it pours from a grill set into the cliff wall. It must be a sewage channel that services the city above. Do we attempt to climb through the sewage channel, or climb the wind-swept cliff? We will take the stinky route. It sounds safer if stinkier. The rusty bars offer little resistance to a couple of well-placed kicks, and you are able to gain entry to the circular chute with ease. A narrow walkway runs beside the gurgling channel, ascending the steps and ramps as the climb becomes increasingly steep. The dark stone walls are beaded with moisture and smeared with patches of luminous fungi, which keep the sewer bathed in an eerie green half-light. At length, you reach a landing where a smaller channel joins the main flow. As you pass it and set foot on the stairs below, you hear a sound like the rustling of leather on stone, and sense that something hungry is advancing along the tunnel towards you. I don't have animal control. A clacking of fangs and a cold ophidian smell serve to warn you that a gigantic serpent is advancing towards you, attracted by the promising warmth and scent of your body. Inside me are 2 wolves, one has a grenade. It is moving quickly, and you realize at once that your only hope of evading it is to delay its advance. I think that the 2 wolves thing is often overused, but it was done very well when we played Hello Good Boy earlier this year. I really liked it there. Like, they built the whole game around it, and they didn't just make it a trite saying. If you don't possess this amount of food, turn here. From out of the gloom emerges a colossal form, the monstrous pear-shaped head of a giant sewer snake. It rears up from the narrow tunnel and fixes you with its burning yellow eyes, its forked tongue flickering within inches of your chest. Its slit pupils dilate, and you barely have time to draw a weapon before it strikes. It doesn't actually have that much combat skill, although it has pretty good health. We took barely any damage. I would have done more damage to myself with using bonus psychic attack than from the snake. The stairs lead to a passageway, which gives access to a street via hinged stone portals in the ceiling. You climb through one of the portals and emerge on a gloomy street corner. Few walk the shadowy avenues of Haggadar. The atmosphere is so thick with the smell of salt and sulphur that those whom you do pass are unrecognizable behind the damp pads they press to their faces to ward off the cloying stench. The dimly lit street ends at a central square, where you witness 2 encouraging sights. Roped to a stone monolith at the center of the square is a huge black bird, the Scarlet Warrior's winged steed. Behind it, rising in flat-topped tiers, is the Temple of the Sand-Eye. 2 armor-clad creatures stand guard at the entrance, their rusty helmets crudely adapted to hold their face pads in position. You sense that the Lawstone is here within the temple, and you scan every inch of it in hope of finding an unguarded entrance. There are no other doors, but a circular chimney-like vent protrudes from the middle of the highest tier. No, I'm not going to attempt to go down what is essentially a fireplace. I'm going to fight my way through the guards if I have to. The guards draw themselves upright and grip the hilts of their tarnished swords nervously as they watch you approach. "What do you want?" growls one of the larger of the 2, his green piggy eyes glinting through the slits in his helmet. "I have been summoned," you say with conviction, praying that your bluff is good enough to fool them. "They want to see me straight away." The porcine guard swivels his eyes, blinks at his comrades, and whispers something you can't make out. I don't have the skill of invisibility. Suddenly, the guard springs into action, drawing their jagged swords and raising them in readiness to strike. Your bluff has not deceived them, and they are determined to capture you, dead or alive. We outskill them by a lot, so we insta-kill them. Quickly you enter and follow a corridor that sweeps away in a smooth, curving arc. A line of doors, each one painted with a symbol of a writhing serpent, marches past on either side. The doors are invariably closed, and their heavy iron bolts are locked in position. You ignore them and hurry on towards a distant staircase, for it is here that you sense that the power of the last Lawstone is at its strongest. The staircase opens to a balcony, which overlooks a large circular hall. Here, the floor is made of a polished blue-black marble that gleams like the still waters of a lake. At one end stands a massive table cluttered with artifacts, scrolls, and strange potions and powders that hint at the practice of alchemy. At the opposite end of the hall is a towering arch, its surface sculpted with all manner of creatures, many of which stir a deep loathing within you. Beneath the arch is complete darkness. No light at all penetrates or reflects the inky abyss. This is the Shadow Gate of Sandai, the doorway back to your home. A sudden sound makes you spin on your heel, and instinctively you crouch down ready for combat. A small group of people dressed in costumes that look vaguely familiar are marching along the corridor towards the balcony. To avoid them, you hurry down a narrow stair that leads to the hall below, and take cover behind an overladen table. From your hiding place, you observe the group make their entrance. There are 6 of them, 4 men, 1 woman, and 1 other who walks with a stoop in the centre of the group, and whom you cannot see clearly. You concentrate on their clothing, for there is something about the cut and style that is familiar. You cannot pinpoint what it is. Then suddenly you recognize it, and the shock makes you draw a breath. They are all wearing Summerlanding costumes. The 5 visible faces are all too familiar to you. Luvis Court, the poisoner of Tyso. Falco. Falco? Highwayman and Cutthroat. Annoying bird. Aetia, Limata, the Witch of the Curlidian Isles. Porygon. Porgron. Murderer. And Garden Vez, Chief Druid of Malice Mound, Necromancer and Cannibal. These are 5 of Summerland's most notorious criminals who were sentenced to be thrown into the Shadow Gate of Tehran. 5 pairs of startled eyes glare at the table, alerted by your gasp, and the slick sound of blades leaving oiled scabbards soon follow. The 4 men and the woman, Aita, raise their swords and step forwards to challenge you. As they move apart, the 6th member of the group clearly becomes visible, and an icy chill runs down your spine. You shake your head in disbelief as your stare is returned to the cold, malicious eyes of Vonatar the traitor. Long have I awaited my chance to enact revenge on you, Lone Wolf, he hisses, his loathsome voice filling the hall with sibilant echoes. And now my time has come. Kill him, he screams maniacally. And the 5 spring forward, eager to obey his command. So that's the guy that we trapped at the end of the, 2nd or 3rd book. Yeah, I'll use Psy Surge. I think it's worth it to boost my damage out. Yeah. 1 more. Ooh, you know what? They're only on 2 health. I don't need to be using Psy Surge now. You barely survive the encounter. You are gravely injured and should try to heal as soon as possible. Imagine doing that without the Summer Sword. That would be absurd. If you win combat, turn to 120. As the last of the enemies lies dead at your feet, the traitor vents a shrill cry of terror and scurries like a bloated spider towards the Shadow Gate. In his hand, he clutches a banded leaden box, and as he runs, he works feverishly at the lock. Suddenly, the lid springs back and your senses burn as the power of the last Lawstone is uncovered. Now, instinct alone guides your action. You sprint towards him, determined to stop him from entering the Shadow Gate. He squeals with fear and turns to face you. His hand raised, a ring of blue fire pulsates on his finger. He screams a curse and a jet of cold fire lances your chest and slams you to the floor. Lose 5 health. As you stagger to your feet, the traitor runs forward to finish you. You dive aside and the blast tears open the floor, but before he can launch another, you leap forward and attack. Wait, seriously? I meant to fight this with 9 health? There's no way we beat him when we've got 9 health left. And we had a full backpack of healing items, and we used all of them. And the extra healing mummy wine. Maybe we can one-hit KO him? Ooh. Okay. 7 hit points left. One bad roll there and we would have been dead. Vonatar lies dead on the black marble floor, his torn body oozing a blood that is thin and vile, like poisonous venom. You roll his corpse aside and take up the lawstone in your trembling hands. Instantly, it sends an overwhelming wave of power transfusing into your being, and you are lifted in mind and body to a level of consciousness that transcends your mortal frame. You surrender to its power, and under its guidance you are drawn inexorably towards the arc of the Shadow Gate. You step into the darkness and begin your triumphant return to the world where you were born. Your quest has succeeded, for the essence of the 2 remaining Lawstones is now one with your body. But the final struggle has yet to be won. For the power of your mortal enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgadad, has waxed and grown strong during your time in the Dazan. If you possess the courage of a true Kai Master, the ultimate battle awaits you in the final episode of the Magna Kai quest entitled The Masters of Darkness. Dun dun dun! Join us next time for that. But not today. I need a quick break. We will not be doing more Lone Wolf. For reasons that will become clear when I return from my break. See you in just a couple of minutes. Refill my drink, etc. Yeah. Okay, drink refilled. And we now move on to some sweet, sweet nostalgia. Yeah. Starting with, I think, some hamster dance. Bee-bop-bee-boo-bo, bee-bop-bee-bo. Starting with a Might and Magic 7 randomizer. And why is today different? Why is today special? Well, it is... What day is today? Oh, you can't see. It's Blobber's birthday. What a day for a birthday. Let's all have some cake. So, yes. We'll be doing our best to enjoy some nice nostalgia on my birthday. Where does that go? That can go there. What kind of cake? Hopefully... hopefully... Schwarzwälder Kirschtorsch. But we will see. That's not up to me. Alright. Now... What did we use for this? We used this. And then we close the phone emulator. We can lose rainy mood. We have to move that over here because this is a full screen application. And first we will enjoy some Might and Magic.
3DO.
3DO.
Alright, what do we want? We want... 1x Thief, 1x Druid, 1x Cleric, and 1x Sorcerer? The trouble is, with the randomizer, it is really, really hard to get your sorcerers to level up to... ooh, and what the hell is going on with part of the overlay? It might fix itself when we enter the game proper. We'll see. You're fine for that. You're fine for that.
How about me? I won't let you down.
I prefer you. So, will we abandon Sorcerer for an Archer as our backup? As our backup elemental caster? No. We'll go Sorcerer Archer and just hope that we get there. Well, we don't really need that. What we do need is you to become an elf then.
Come on, pick me.
Oh, come on. Please, choose me.
Mana. You also need mana. You need personality. I think you want 11 luck. I forget the magic number for that. There's a magic number that you want at the start to be able to interact with the well. Schwarzwalder Kirchtorsch, yes. Black Forest Cherry Cake. You don't need any mana. You don't need personality. You don't need intellect. You don't need personality. We're actually going to be doing a surprising amount of damage with bows, and they get bonus stat ups to accuracy. We'll do that. You, fire, water, air. You, air, water, and spear, spirit, and shield. You need bow, and you want to be Alexis? Oh, Salah, you have the most annoying voice, though. You have the most annoying voice. Gnag? Sure, our goblin can be Gnag. Gnag. Why not? And your last skill, dagger, stealing, bow, and probably leather. At least we get a free set of armor with that. You, friend, need some... You might as well buff your speed, because you get bonus stat ups to speed, which is the same with your accuracy. Okay. And then we probably just do a bit of endurance on you, because you're the equivalent of our tank. Yeah, my thumb was very sore by the end of that second night of Artie Lightfoot. Yeah, Bane, you can be Al. And that only leaves one person unnamed. Gnag, Bane, Salah, and I guess... Who else can we have? Anyone? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Dead press. Single S? Single S. Go. And no, it hasn't fixed the... Well, I'll fix that once the animation is over.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Emerald Island scavenger hunt is about to begin. The list of objects has been given to all contestants. As you know, the winners of the contest will be awarded title to Castle Harmony and the surrounding lands. Be careful. Emerald Island can be dangerous. Last night, 3 contestants disappeared, and we are concerned for their safety. During the contest, please be on the lookout for our missing contestants. If you find a piece of equipment in the woods, return at once with a clue. It may save their lives. There have been rumors that some kind of monster is loose on the island and may be hiding in one of the caves. If you see a cave you are unfamiliar with, don't go into it. Send someone back to town, and the guards will conduct a search for you. We don't want anyone else to get hurt. And one more thing. We have... Sorry. We have reports that the monster may be a dragon. If you see it...
Run for your life.
Run for your lives.
Dun dun dun. Okay. Ah, so the problems are now that I have a widescreen one. Okay, so I'm going to have to change how I do this. This is back from... I have it set up based on when I didn't have the widescreen high-def mod and stuff. So we're going to lose the... And that means I should move. I should probably move to here. So that I'm not in the way of the minimap. Okay. First, let's shut off Tour Guide Lady, because else she hassles us. Equip all the stuff we start with. Extra health. That can absolutely go on Sorcerer Girl.
Learned a new spell. Learned a new spell.
Have a new spell.
More personality. That helps him have more mana.
This should be useful. This should be useful.
Okay. God, it looks good with the high def mod. Oh, it's so good. Goodbye money to hello guild membership. We really need to, Solar, because otherwise the sorcerer has like 0 health and will die from more or less a single hit. And any single trap. Okay. Wizard Eye. No.
It's ready.
Thank you. Also known as Minimap.
Go!
Go get the stat up booster. And then the skill point shrine. Thank you. Skill point, skill point, skill point, skill point. For you, it can go into... I want disarm, but we don't know it yet. For you, it has to go into air and water. For you, body. And for you, sadly, also air and water. Yeah, thank you, Dead Press. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Heal.
Ready.
Time to go defeat us some... Well, actually not yet, spiders. First, we raid the Dragon's Cave.
Come on, let's check it out. Is that supposed to hurt?
Ow!
Ow.
Okay, that is all the goodies of the Dragon's Cave. Yoinked. We could maybe make a potion? No, we can't make a potion to give to this guy yet.
This has all the...
Torchlight, so we can actually see.
Please. Got it. I don't know. Well, I can't do everything.
Oh, Salah.
But I need it fixed.
Is that supposed to hurt?
You can't do everything.
Can't help. I don't know. Sorry, no idea. I don't know.
Oh, wrong way. We need Wizard Eye again. Very good. Kill a couple of bats that are here. How does the rando work?
Easy.
It replaces every quest item can be randomized to the location of other quest items. You can also turn on monster randomization, but that's a bit much, because, like, then these rats could be dragons or titans.
Please.
That's supposed to hurt. That's a monster.
But I need it fixed.
I need healing.
What a scratch.
Good. Spell you. Torchlight again. It never is the same. So the way you do it is you ask the randomizer to generate a seed. It uses that seed to mix up all the items. So if you ran the randomizer with the same seed, you would have the same item flipping. But there are so many items that you have a really big... Like, there are so many possible combinations that you're not likely to ever realistically get the same,
Sorry, can't help.
get the same distribution.
Sorry, can't help.
So, for example, this loot is meant to be on the bard by the ship at the very start.
I can't
But
get
instead
any-
it was in here,
Sorry, I don't know.
where normally the fancy hat is. Upgrade the weapons that we can upgrade. That one's better than that one. That's better than your bow. That's better than your shield. You can have some boots. You can have a hat. You can have some boots. You can have some gauntlets. Other than that, I think we're about done. Now, time to make these guys angry.
Good day.
Hello. I want your hat. Never.
Help me.
Yeah, see that one hit and our sorceress is already down to tiny fraction of, tiny fraction of their health. Good. And then there's just a couple more rats in the hidden zone up here. We appear to be getting kind of bad luck on our spawns in here. Usually you get at least one book. Perhaps my sorcerer should be better at magic. Yeah, so normally the tile is here, and instead we've found the other hat. Is another instance of the randomizer doing its job. There are some more rats on a hill by the exit. And then we are done with this dungeon. Baby's first dungeon. Okay. So what are some of the best quests to randomly stumble upon? I mean, if you got the Book of Divine Intervention super early, you would have infinite money. Because you can do item duplication on that to get infinite money. But aside from that, there's not that many quest items that are like ultra OP. There's a couple of nice cloaks that would be like armor class and some special effects, but they're not ultra super OP. Those, run away. Then we gun. There are laser guns in this, but they're not quest item. Well, actually, no, they're never quest item. We're going to heal up, and then we're going to try and drag all the dragonflies to come and kill the villagers for us. We will be making use of the legal distinction that if the dragonflies kill the villagers, even if we attract the dragonflies into the village, we aren't morally responsible, or at least legally responsible. So we go grab all of the dragonflies that we can.
That's supposed to hurt.
And we tempt them to come into the city. Especially towards this guy.
Greetings.
And actually, I think I have to accept your proposal. Because otherwise it locks out one of the future quests, the optional quests, and therefore potentially one of the item locations. I'm trying to prevent him from running away from the dragonflies. There we go. Oh wow, he's winning.
Need some training?
He won! The dragonfly army was not enough.
Ow!
Well, lucky for me, there's more. We can go drag some more dragonflies towards him. Are we doing evil? We'll probably do good. I'm more used to good, and I think we did evil last time we played?
Supposed to hurt?
Did we do evil when we did the Captain Planet one? Maybe.
Can I help you with anything?
Thank you. Killing an entire village is good. Killing an entire village is morally neutral, officially. We haven't done anything wrong. It's the dragonflies who are morally responsible for this.
Ow! Ow! Oh, please. Ow! Ow!
Come on, kill these poor peasants. They have tiny amounts of gold that should be mine. Call this the Dark Young maneuver? We also want them to kill the bard. Yeah, so this is the bard, the lady that normally has that guitar on her that you need for the quest to get off Tutorial Island.
That was too easy.
And today instead she has a message scroll. So that's probably the message scroll saying, we were approached by Malwick, Malwick seems bad. Also there's heard tell of a dragon. Very good. There's not much else to do. Clear up the remaining dragonflies. Not quite, Fixer.
Ow!
We have an archer in case we can't get our sorcerer
Please.
quest done. Because sorcerer quest with rando is rather RNG. And we had fun with a weird party composition last game. 4 druids! Captain Planet. 1 druid for each element.
What a scratch.
Yes, randomizer. So, for example, instead of the seashell, what will we find over here? Grab everything. Actually, we found a seashell here, which is undermining my argument. But there are 2 seashells, so that's not that unlikely.
Ow!
All right. You've got a question for me? What do you want to know? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. We can hand in probably most everything, except that we need to hand a red potion to the guy.
Success!
So let's make a red potion and go give it to the guy that wants the red potion. Climb the hill. Up, 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 up. Come on. Hello.
Hi.
I will trade you a potion for a hat. And he gives us the longbow.
Please.
Okay, and then I think we're done.
His Grace, Lord Markham,
Hand in the dragon.
Lowlands.
Missing competition, missing castle people, which also raises your opinion. What is the button for it? N? This. No. This. We're now slightly liked by everyone.
Grace, Lord Markham, Duke of the Western
We don't have what? A red potion, sure.
A perfect.
His Grace, Lord Markham,
Done.
Duke of the Western Lowlands.
You're allowed to leave Tutorial Island. Now, what skills do we want? You're considering getting a new mouse because you might start speedrunning again. I think I diagnosed the problems in your current one. What mouse would you recommend that's the most effective?
Feeling?
I mean, basically any wired mouse is going to be okay. Like, mice have these days far more DPI than a person can reasonably use. I'm lazy and I use a wireless one so that I can use it from across the room. Technically, that's laggier than a proper mouse, a wired one. Merchant, 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 merchant.
Go in peace.
What other skills do we want? And I'm also lazy and just get one that has nice... I don't know if you can hear that, but it makes a infinite scrolling, which is really nice for web pages. So mine's not performance-based, it's lazy. Laziness base. For this game, when you click on text in the right, in the store, it doesn't register unless you're exact. But it's a box. Like, this whole thing is a text box. I can click here, and it will work. How can I show that? Right, I'm not on the text at the moment, yet I can teach my guy disarm trap. We want to give everyone bow.
Need a new weapon? Thanks. Come again.
We would actually like to give everyone bows. Ah, we actually have enough bows that we have a spare bow. Nice. It's not worth carrying around Awaken for the whole game, so we will sell that.
I can't learn that.
You can learn that
I
eventually,
don't
friend.
know. I
One,
don't know.
one,
Well,
one.
I can't do everything.
You use dagger at the moment, don't you? Eventually we might give him sword. Sell, sell,
I don't
sell.
know.
Identify.
can't do
Nice
everything.
wand. 4.
I
1.
don't know.
1. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 4, 4, 4, 4. You are the next most important to have armor class. 4, 4. 1, 1, 1, 1. The extra hat does nothing for us. Yeah, comfort is important. Having a mouse that is the right width for your hand, so that you aren't constantly doing this, where you're dragging the sides of your hand together, is actually surprisingly important. So you want one that's the right width for your hand. It's not typically something that they make adjustable.
I'm sorry, I don't know what it is.
1-1. Read the journal fragment. Tells us about Malwick. Don't care.
I'm sorry, I don't know what it is.
Sell it. We do want
I can't
armor.
identify
Sell.
it.
No room.
We're out of space. Fine. Time to start selling stuff.
Need a new weapon?
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Thanks.
Now I don't need to spare any of that.
Need
Sell
a
off
new
these
weapon?
as well.
Thanks. Come again.
See anything you want?
Goodbye all of those.
Thanks a lot.
And we should teach the rest of people stuff. So you already have leather. Sorcerer needs leather. Don't I normally give you chain? Well, I'll give you leather. And Archer definitely wants chain, so no to leather for you. Any other skills we want while we're here? Well, they're cheap. Alchemy.
Need some training?
I mean, Arms Master is nice, but it's very expensive. Alchemy is a necessity.
Hi, how are you?
Am I going to put it on you, or am I going to put it on our thief? Because you only need expert. And the thief can do that. The only other thing we want the thief to do is basically disarm trap. Yeah, I'll make thief skill monkey, actually.
Welcome to the
You need fire magic. Then we can teach you that spell.
This should be useful.
Can I
Alright.
help you with anything?
Goodbye to all of this.
I don't know what that
That
is.
actually
I
looks
don't
like
know
it's
what
got
that
something
is.
on it. So does that. So does that. No, it doesn't. Okay. No, no, no.
I don't know.
Maybe?
Sorry, can't help.
Do I want you identifying crap as well?
I don't know what that is.
Thank.
Disarm. Well, it can stay in our inventory for now. Razor is poo. You can't do everything. Okay, anything else? I don't think so. I think that's everything we want here. To our homeland. Well, what is now our homeland, now that we are the lords?
Welcome aboard! Congratulations, my friends. Your new castle is located in Harmondale, a peaceful village on the edge of the elvish kingdom of Tularia, but firmly within human territory. Though there are many privileges to being the lord of this estate, there are many responsibilities as well. Public safety, for example. And oh, I almost forgot. Goblins have taken an interest in your new lands. I'm sure brave adventurers such as yourselves will have no trouble with them. So, enjoy your new home. May you rule your lands wisely.
Yup. We're taken off of Tutorial Island. Talk to our butler. He says the castle is infected with goblins. Enter exit, just for the sake of triggering that we know this space. Okay. You, give me the quest for that stupid lantern. What day is it? Monday, you say. Because what we should probably do first, if we're going to be doing the Path of the Light, is do the 5 of these before we level up and the monsters become more difficult. Oop.
I don't know. The store is closed.
Too late? Too late in the day. Fair enough.
Come in.
Give me your quest. Or do I start working on clearing out all of these? I'd prefer to not do that, I think.
Come in. Come
I'm
in.
gonna do it.
Enjoy your stay. See anything you want?
Chain for our archer.
Thanks a lot.
Give Salah the best armor we've got. And then do we skill monkey you up? Or do we do you? The thing is, after I've got this and that, there's nothing else I want on him. Let's start feeding you. Okay, we want to wait till what, Saturday? So that we can go to the arena.
Come in. Come in.
Wednesday.
Enjoy your come in. Come in.
Thursday.
Enjoy your come in. Come in. Enjoy your
Friday.
Come in. Come in. Enjoy
Saturday.
your stay.
What else can we do? We can talk to you and get your quest to go get your brother's remains. He's in the cave. The cave that we find out has been overrun by monsters. Maybe it's tomorrow?
Come in. Come in. Enjoy your stay.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Traveling today?
Yeah, here we go.
The coach leaves right away.
Okay. Save.
Perhaps a worthy challenge awaits.
Lord, let's go.
That's supposed to hurt.
What a scrap.
But I needed this.
Monster.
Please.
A bit worried about you. Heal yourself. Give me radar. Heal yourself. Okay. I think we're done. There's no point gathering in the monsters' bodies because there's not actually any... Oops. There's not actually any, goods on them. Here's our prize. You're not allowed to do it again this week. We need to wait another week.
Come in. Come in.
Tuesday,
Enjoy your come in. Come in.
Wednesday,
Come in. Come in.
Thursday,
Come in. Come in. Enjoy
Friday,
Come in. Come in.
Saturday,
Come in. Come in.
Sunday.
Enjoy your stay.
I think we have to do this 5 times. I forget if it's 4 or 5.
Traveling today? The coach leaves right away.
But it's easy enough to do.
Come on, let's go.
But I needed this. It's just a cut. But I
Ow!
needed.
There we go. Well done, team. Couple more times. Also has the benefit of giving us a fair bit of money.
Come in, come in.
One,
Enjoy your stay. Come in.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
Come in.
Thursday,
Come in.
Friday,
Come in, come in.
Saturday,
Come in.
Sunday.
Enjoy your stay.
Traveling today? The coach leaves right away.
Then once we've done this, we're allowed to actually level up.
Ew.
Is that supposed to hurt?
It's getting a little too close for comfort.
Success.
Come on, can't you see I'm in distress here?
Shh, Salah, you're okay.
Ow!
One more heal. Okay. Abuse time stop mode so that the enemy stands still and we can shoot it easier. How many are we up to? Is that 3? 3. We need, I think, 2 more.
Come in, come in. Enjoy
Tuesday,
your stay. Come in, come in.
Wednesday,
Come in, come in. Enjoy your
Thursday,
stay. Come in.
Friday,
Come in.
Saturday,
Come in, come in.
Sunday.
Enjoy your stay.
Traveling today? The coach leaves right away.
Is this from... They're all done by the same, Lord. By the same composer, Salah, so they do sound very similar.
Is that supposed to hurt?
The magic... The music between this, Heroes of Might and Magic... Their strange other game, that one about the animal people. Like, a lot of their games have very similar music.
Excellent.
Is that supposed to hurt? Ow. Help.
No more dodging. Done. Okay, once more. The flute thing when it raises up. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle.
Come in.
Tuesday,
Enjoy your stay. Come in. Come in.
Wednesday,
Come in. Come in.
Thursday,
Come in. Come in. Enjoy.
Friday,
Come in. Come- enjoy.
Saturday,
Come in. Come in. Enjoy
Sunday.
your stay.
Yes.
Traveling today? The coach leaves right away.
Last one.
Is it safe?
Got a high rat ratio this time. Which which is actually good because the rats are rather a bit slower than the dragonflies.
What a sp-
Not supposed to happen.
what a sp-
Not supposed to happen.
Now.
Good. Okay. Double check. Yes, 5 victories. We should be good. We're allowed to level up.
Need some training? That's the ticket. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
And I'd honestly like to push that to 4. Lovely. To Terulia.
Traveling today? The coach leaves right away.
Get the Druid quest. This is a really nice quest in the randomizer because it's visit places in the world, not collect items. So you aren't subject to the RNG of do you find the items to allow you to level up your... class level up your character. I wouldn't mind some more bottles. Let's get given your quest. Let's get given your quest. Let's get given your quest. He gives us the signet ring for the dude back home. Disarm trap, expert, yes. Alchemy, expert, yes. I suppose I should look to see if any of these are someone that I want. Nope. Ooh. Well, that's floating in the air a little bit, which I don't think I'd ever noticed before. Go get this, get some elemental resistances. Permanent elemental resistances. Okay, now what? Do I have anything to sell that's worth selling? Not so much. This may end up backfiring a bit. If we don't get them leveled up. Is there anything else here? Not really. We killed the trees. It would be nice if we could fly. Fine, we'll search for a fly person, then we'll kill the trees.
Ew. What's that smell?
Nope. Well, there's a teleport person. I'm not gonna... It's not what I was after, but we're not gonna turn down getting the teleport person beforehand. Yes. Unfortunately, now we can't afford fly person, so we'll have to kill the trees without flying. Could I raise enough money to get Water Walk?
I'm sorry, I can't identify it.
I doubt it.
Looking for something special? Thank you for your patronage.
No, I don't think that's enough money for Water Walk. So slow way it is. I'm gonna have to jump across to the tree islands. You're fine, Salar. Don't stress. New bow. Bow to archer. Next bow to next elf. Then goblin. Doing it in preference of accuracy and speed.
Is that supposed to hurt?
Ow!
Is that supposed to hurt?
Ow!
The deforestation goes well.
Ew!
Heal yourself, Bane.
Ow!
Get the advanced minimap spell going, now that we have Expert Air. So we're able to see all the goodies on the ground. Little blue dots on the minimap are goodies. The red ones are enemies, the yellow ones are dead enemy bodies. And the tinier red dots are enemy projectiles.
but a
Cut.
scratch.
But I need it fixed.
Ah, but a scratch.
Another advanced longbow. Which means we can play Hand Me Down on the longbows.
Ah, but a scratch. That was too easy.
Okay, 2 left. Beautiful. Now, we don't have the disarm trap to go do the special chest that's over there yet. Not by my reckoning.
Ow! Ow!
But a
Ow!
scratch.
Ow! Ow!
But a scratch.
Ow!
Swim our way over to Tree Island. There are more trees to kill.
Is that supposed to hurt?
Ah, but a scratch.
Bane, heal thyself. Then heal Dead Press. And finally, Gnog!
Ow!
Ow!
Too easy. Cut. But I need it fixed.
Surprised none of these have fallen yet. What is more difficult? All melee team or magic? All melee is much more difficult. Spells are extremely strong in this game. Fly, invisibility, teleport. All the good things
Ow!
It's just a cut.
are
I
magic.
need it fixed.
There are some degenerate things you can do with weapons. You can get 0 cooldown on the laser guns. You can stack dagger and unarmed and stuff really high with each other. But magic is really, really good. Bane, heal dead press. Nearly done with this tree island. There we go. Success. That's better than your armor. That's better than your hat.
Know what that is. I don't know what that is.
So, armor upgrade. Hat upgrade. Armor upgrade. Cloak's better than nothing. Armor upgrade, hat upgrade, armor upgrade. Across to the other island. And then we're done here.
Ow!
But a scratch.
Bane, heal yourself.
But a scratch.
The first of the new trees has fallen.
That was too
Soon there will be no forest. Only glorious money.
Ah, but a scratch.
It's just a cut, but I need it fixed. Ew! It's just a cut, but I need
Ow.
it fixed.
Huh. Too easy.
Defeated! Whew. The old tree complains about humans stealing his, well, walkers, stealing his heart, and says that the forest will be extracting vengeance upon everyone until the heart is returned.
Sorry, no room. Sorry, no room. Sorry, no room.
All right. Now, can we swim back without dying?
Ow.
But a scratch.
Ow. Ow.
Ow. But a scratch.
Ow. Ow.
But a scratch.
Ow.
Ooh, close. Gnag was not really up for more drowning. Okay. Sell off all this crap. Get ourselves preferably water walk and jump.
Welcome, Have a pleasant evening. Come in. How may I help you? It's been a pleasure. Fine elfish weapons.
I think that's better than what someone's using. You... Yes.
Fine elfish weapons. Thank
Go
you.
sell all the tree gems.
Looking for something special? Thank you for your patronage.
Lovely. Now the armor. Actually, those scrolls. Might as well do them while we're here.
Thank you for your patronage.
Look at how rich we are. We're so rich that the shops are going to start complaining if we don't buy stuff.
Come in. How may I help you? It's... Come in. How may I help you? It's been a pleasure, my friends.
Ooh, flying man. Perfect.
Hi.
Okay, we need jump. So,
Welcome to the Air Guild.
we did not get jump. I'm willing to load for that. Give me
Welcome
jump.
to the Air Guild.
Thank you.
Ah, learned a new spell.
And then water walk.
Welcome to the Water Guild.
Recharge item is also kind of nice, but eh.
Ah, learned a new spell.
Okay. Fly. Pick up the stuff over here. Lovely. Teleport home. We'll kill the rats here at another time. The top 1% of blobbers have 90% of the wealth. Not wrong. We're pretty rich. Not so rich now. Couple of spell books and we're suddenly poor again. Get all the potion ingredients in Potion Ingredient Man. Sucks a little bit that he's also our buying and selling man. But what are you going to do? Now, what else do I want to do while we're here? And we have fly. We want to hand in the signet ring, because we did get the signet ring. Yeah, happy birthday, Dutchy. Welcome to the party, mate. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. He gives us money again. We go to Arathia? Not today. We could get Spirit and Body Expert, though. Is it not my second one? Nope. This day every year. We're just older, Dutchy. Older than last time. This day every year. Anything else? I should probably grab regen. If we can afford it. Doo-doo-doo.
The guild of the body welcomes you.
I got screwed over. We didn't actually spawn a regeneration. I should have saved beforehand. Whatever. It's my fault.
Come in, come in. Enjoy your stay.
Alright.
Traveling today? The coach
Arathia.
right away.
We do have jump, so I can happily go do the thieves... Go get the thief quest. And we can find out what this guy has for us. He is giving us... Orders from Stedwick. How not useful. But before we do that, we should go get this. And we should also go get these other two quests. Including your quest. Win at Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards quest. Slay a Dragon quest. And fix the Haunted House quest. And you know what? Whilst we're here, seeing as I got screwed over by the other regen not working, we'll try for this regen.
The guild of the body welcomes you.
Thank you.
Got that memorized.
All right. Stat ups. Off to the thief sewers. To get his quest.
What's that smell? Ew!
The Master Thief is a bit worrying. Because he actually has a pretty sizable health pool. Okay, there we go.
Ah, what a scratch.
Okay, we do this, and then we will teleport back to our castle and fix all the rats and goblins in our castle. Boing. Boing.
That's a monster. That's a monster.
Is that a glowing elixir? We've got the anti-dwarfs stuck as statues potion.
Sorry, can't help.
Now to possibly explode ourselves. Which end? Let's get regens up. Regen 1. Regen 2. No. Regen 3. Regen 4.
Oops. Sorry, but I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's better than your cloak. Talk to you. Get the quest.
Ow!
Oops. Sorry, can't help. I don't know what that is. Sorry, I don't know what that is.
One day you'll be good at detecting what things are. One day. Okay. Let's go fix our own castle.
Please.
That's a monster.
Good. I want torchlight again. I hate not being able to see.
Ow!
Extremely high ratio of lightning rats.
But I need it fixed.
Ah, what a scratch.
All right.
I disarmed it.
Good work.
It's disarmed.
Good work.
Cut. But I need it fixed. Ow! Please.
Now.
Lovely. Now the other side of the castle. Who are we going to designate as get poisoned person? I guess we'll use Goblin Man. That's even better armor for Salar.
It's disarmed.
We find the quill,
Sorry, can't help.
Well, I can't do everything.
so we can actually deliver that to Lord Markham.
It's disarmed.
Nothing.
Too easy.
Please.
Ow!
Too easy.
That's a monster. That's a monster.
Hoover up all the dead. Oops, I accidentally let the second person get diseased. Oh well. Worse things have happened.
Too easy.
That was too but a scratch.
Please.
Alright. Hoover up all the goodies again. Open the door. Kill off the last of the bats and rats.
Oh.
Ow. Ow.
Vision, please. I hate the darkness. Okay. Go back to the inn. Hand in the clear out our castle quest. And get told to go speak to the dwarves. Do we also go do the dead brother in the cave while we're here?
Do you need medical attention? Take care.
Maybe? And we're rich enough that we might as well splurge on slightly faster attacks, slightly faster, or slightly more health.
Can I help you with anything? Thanks. Come again.
And give everyone perception for the tiny chance of dodging traps. We're not going to bother clearing out all the goblins here. We're just going to make our way to the cave
That's supposed to hurt.
and get the initiate quest on the way.
Ow!
Hello. Why not? Quest, yes. It's an awfully long way away to be hearing the cannon noise from still.
Ow! Is that supposed to hurt? That's a monster.
Very good. God, I hate the darkness.
Find in here.
Please. It's just a cut, but I need it fixed.
Come on, she doesn't have much health left.
Too easy.
Seriously? Yeah, only half dead. Good enough. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Ow!
Okay. Golem head and temple in a bottle. Temple in the bottle is really nice because it means we can, in the worst case scenario, always run away. It would have been nice to get the cards where the cards are, or have found the cards by now, because then we could start playing the card game, but eh.
That's a monster. Ow! Is that supposed to hurt? Ow! Was that supposed to hurt?
Regen yourself.
Was that supposed to hurt?
And heal yourself, Bane, because they focus fire on the dwarves.
Was that supposed to hurt? Ow! Ow!
All right.
Sorry, no room. Excellent. Success. Success. Excellent.
You have expert, right?
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Success. Excellent. Success. Excellent. Excellent. Success. Excellent. 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 Success. Excellent. Excellent.
There, that makes some more space. That was an improvement for you, an improvement for you. And honestly now I probably start feeding these to him. Because I'm going to want repair up to 4.
Ow! That's a monster. Ow! That's supposed to hurt.
No, no running away. Okay. Regen everyone else again. Now we can clear out the goblins over here.
Is that supposed to hurt? Was that supposed to hurt? Was that supposed to hurt? Ow! Ow! Was that supposed to hurt?
Too easy. Oh, please. Too easy.
Was that supposed to hurt?
Good.
Ow!
Trigger the trap. Kill them with the things. Some success. This one worked really well. The other sides were a bit more mixed result.
Too easy.
Ow! Was that supposed to hurt? Was that supposed to hurt? Was that supposed to hurt? Ow! Ow!
Ooh, the perfect bow. Nice.
There's no room for that.
Extremely nice. If we can get the rope, then we'll be able to guarantee elemental magic mastery.
Was that supposed to... Ow!
Bring on a bigger challenge.
That's a monster.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome, Skywalker. Welcome to the party. This world feels so weird to you? You don't like the goblins? It's fairly standard low fantasy.
Ah, but a scratch. That was too easy.
Too easy. Oh, please.
Is that supposed to hurt? That's a monster. Was that
Come on, please stop dodging.
Ow!
Oh, please.
Bring on a bigger challenge.
Ow!
Too easy.
Ah, but a scratch. Ah,
Ow.
but a scratch.
The elusive and best November Sagittarius? Oh no, please don't say you're a horoscope person. But Virgo is rising and Aries is ascendant. You couldn't possibly be harmonious with insert other star sign.
There's no room for that.
Ooh, okay. No, if you look at the mountain walls and floors, there are no round edges. But if you look at the enemies or tree designs, there are round edges. Yes, the 3D world is fairly low poly.
There's no room for that.
And
We'll have to get rid
the...
of something first.
Really?
There's no
Sorry,
room.
there's no
We'll have
room
to get
for
rid
this.
of something first.
I can rearrange some stuff too. No. Make some more space. There. But the sprites are 2D and have a lot more effort put into them, right? So this is a 2D sprite, which no matter how we turn, just faces us. The monsters can generally face towards you if they're fighting. But they can also face in other directions. So if we go fight some of these and cause them to want to run away, maybe. There we go. There was one running away for a second.
supposed to hurt?
But these are all 2D sprites, not 3D models. And they just have, like, a sprite for when they're facing you, a sprite for when they're at 45 degrees, a sprite for when they're precisely sideways, a sprite for when they're slightly at an angle away from you, and a sprite from when they're facing directly away from you. Actually, you need to regen... God damn it, yourself again, I was about to say. It's about to run out. So the world is a big, somewhat low poly 3D world, but all the sprite work and all the character stuff is all 2D. Because there wasn't the processing power to have everything be 3D.
Ow!
Ah, but a scratch. Ah, but a scratch.
Ow!
Ow!
Also, it took a lot of work to make those 3D models back then. Not that the sprite work isn't a lot of work as well, but it was work that they sort of were used to doing.
Bring on a bigger challenge.
Ow!
Coward, get back here. Well, guard did not beat Mr. Goblin over here. Okay, there are a couple of chests to do.
It's disarmed.
I might need to make a bit more space, but I don't know that there really is
No
There's
room.
no room for that.
much ability to.
You'll have to
Sorry,
get
there's
no
no
room
room
for
for
that.
this.
No
What's the
room.
time?
No
If
room.
we sprint to the shops, we can maybe sell stuff and come back. Maybe. And we're not going to get fussy about putting everything on our... I mean, everyone has Merchant 1, so it doesn't really matter.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, that is better than yours.
See anything you want? Thanks a lot. See anything you rotten hell, you penny pinching
Pardon me?
miser.
There we go. They're saying we're too rich.
Need a new weapon?
Okay.
Thanks. Come again.
Get those 2 treasure chests. Hoover up the last of the bodies. And then we're done for here.
It's disarmed.
That's not even worth picking up. 1 gold. Done. Okay. What to do next? Welcome back, Salah. What do next?
It's closed.
Hmm.
Come in, come in. Enjoy your stay.
Can I hand this in? No. I mean, she can learn that. Wrong one. It's this one? I do want that. And I want that as well. But they're not skilled enough at it yet. There we go.
Can I help you with anything?
Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell. Sell, sell, sell. Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell. Sell, sell. Sell, sell.
Thanks.
I think the perfect bow is better than... Yes, than the elven ones. You're still using a mid-tier elven one. Go up to the best one. Sell all this stuff off.
Need a new weapon? Thanks. Come again.
And that shield is better than... No shield?
See anything you want? Thanks a lot.
Okay. The perfect one. Yeah, but it hasn't been tuned yet, I don't think. Although of high quality, this bow doesn't seem to perform nearly as well as you'd think it should. The string is too hard to pull back, it doesn't remain steady enough when aiming, and it seems a little off balance. Anything else? Not that I can think of. So, what do we want to do? Kill Romthrax. Do the Barrows. Do the Haunted House. Do the Fairy King. Lantern of Light. We can do Lord Markham because we've got the Quill. So, Tatalia sounds pretty good. There are a couple of things we can knock off there. Kill Romthrax.
Traveling today? Traveling today? The coach leaves right away.
Kill Romthrax. Get part of the Druid quest done. Get the... Get the map area cleared out. Water walk time. Regens, yes. Time to also fail at our chest digging. This chest is probably going to do horrible things to us. Oh, dead. Big tapestry. Joy.
Worthless. Sorry, can't help.
Lantern of Light.
Sorry, can't help.
The dead sucks, but the rest is okay. Heal. 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 Let's go.
Ew. What's that smell?
You know what? Let's go get our dead person recovered. Which is actually harder to do than I thought, because they were our person that let us water walk over here.
It's just a cut.
But
But
a
I need it
scratch.
fixed. It's just
But
a
a
cut.
scratch.
But I need it fixed.
But a scratch.
Ew.
There we go. Take an impromptu swimming lesson. Heal up and have another go. Big tapestry. These were going inside him. So that you can learn mid-level repair. It's going to be expensive. Ouch. Alright. So it's this, then Lord Markham for the Quill, then Romthrax, and then we're done with this zone for the moment.
That's a monster.
Ah, what a scratch.
Ow!
Is that supposed to hurt?
Ah, what a scratch.
Come on, I want to kill that one.
It's just a cut,
Thank you.
but I need it fixed.
Step outside for a sec. Heal up. Come back. Butter scratch. You won't escape. I'll spill your blood yet.
Ow!
Ah, what a scratch.
Okay, done. Now there are some ghosts in here. Back to your nap? Enjoy your nap, Dodgy. Come on, open. Thank you. Save. Oh, no thank you.
Sorry, bub. Sorry, bub.
Okay, we're leaving that alone.
Ow!
There's always time for naps, Salah. No matter the day. I would like my vision back. Okay, beautiful. Some of those are not going to be vulnerable to physical attacks. Not cursed. Boo!
That's a monster.
Please. Too easy.
Wish I had sparks.
Is that supposed to hurt? Is that supposed to hurt?
Please.
Oh, that's a bad one.
Ow!
Ah, but a scratch.
Help me.
Good. Alright. Wait for regen to do its thing.
Ah, but a scratch.
Oh, please.
Good.
Ow!
It's just a cut, but I need it fixed. Ugh.
Ow! Well, Solar is dead. Rip Solar. Dagger to the face.
Ah, but a scratch.
Ow. Is that supposed to hurt?
Ow!
No, we need to run away for a bit.
I need...
Wait for that regen. Ah, you don't have a regen. Fair enough. Then heal.
Excellent.
Give yourself regen again. In fact, everyone needs regen again. There we go. They can't quite easily climb over the lip.
Ah, but a scratch. Ah, but a scratch.
Ow.
That one hurts.
Oh, that's a bad one.
Bring on a bigger challenge. You'll have to do better than that.
Very good. Another healing potion.
Success.
Well, potion of mana so that he can do healing. Okay, time to start doing the chests.
But a...
Ow.
This is worthless.
Definitely not worth doing, but oh well. Cost of reviving Bane is not worth the stuff we got out of that chest. And then this is the important one.
We can't rest here.
Save.
Oops.
Shh. Cloak of the Sheep. So, a quest item for the line of good. But not the map. Okay, let regen do its thing.
Ah, but a scratch. Ah, but a scratch. Ah, but a scratch.
Heal everyone up. Go grab that druid point. Well, actually, no. Heal everyone up, do Markham, then go grab that druid point, do Romthrax, and then we're out of here. Well, yeah, we're out of here. I don't think we can... We could try and steal the vase as well.
Do you need medical attention? Take care.
Okay, we give you the quill. No, actually. We need the letter for you, sorry. So I can hand in the quill. I don't know if that will let us do it until we've talked to Markham, though. I don't know how the randomizer... deals with that eventuality. I suppose it might just be barely possible to get zorked by that. Maybe?
Is it safe? Should we go in?
Okay, shoot dragon time. And this is one thing that I don't like about the advanced graphics mod thing. That I can't see how much damage I'm doing with all of these shots. I really do wish that it still showed up. Because I use that to judge how much longer this sort of thing is going to take. Oh, the string broke. Oh well. Alright, that's not acceptable. I got distracted by the spring breaking on my hat, because my head is too big, and it's kind of meant for little kids.
Ew. What's that?
Again, but better. Or do we call it here, and I go have dinner? You know what? I think we'll actually call it for here for now, and I'll go have dinner. And we might do some more after dinner. So cheers all. Thank you for joining me. I hope you had a lovely time. I can leave you for now with Goka. I will have my dinner and might be back in an hour or so for some more birthday nostalgia. Cheers all. Have a great time with Go-Kart.